Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel, mgrahamsews. This video tutorial is for this awesome backpack. It's called the Passenger Backpack by Country Cow Designs. Now before we get discussing all the features of this bag, and there is a lot, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. First is this tutorial is filmed like a sew along. What that means is there's no parts sped up, no parts cut out. You see me sew everything. So if at any point there's something you don't want to watch or you're finding it's taking too long, go ahead and fast forward. You can even watch the video at a faster speed if you prefer. There are times when there's something that we need to sew when there's more than one. For example, the straps here. I'll show you how to sew one, then I'll go off camera and I'll sew the others. I don't feel that you need to sit and watch me sew multiples. If you need to see it again, you can just rewind the video and watch it again. The other thing is I don't show any pattern pieces, no rulers, and I give no measurements on camera. The reason for that is to protect the designer, but also because I film during testing and oftentimes things can change. And if something changes, then that will affect my tutorial. So by not giving any of those measurements, my tutorial is not affected and you can sew along with me. So you will need to have your pattern either printed beside you or open on the system that you're watching this on or on another device so that you can follow along with the pattern and the tutorial. Now let's get discussing some of the features of this bag. So it is a really big bag, but it is really awesome and it's a lot of fun to make, even though it does take some time to make. Now the first thing you'll notice is the front of the bag. If I lift these straps up, you'll see that there are some pockets here. So you have these two front zipper pockets. And then behind them are two slip pockets. So these are great for things that you want to have access to really quickly. So for example, say maybe a pair of sunglasses or some pens or something, anything that you want to have access to really quick where you don't need to open your bag up. On the sides, we have two water bottle pockets, and these do fit my coffee cup. And in the tutorial, I do show my water bottle inside one, so it does fit my water bottle as well. Going to the back, we have a padded luggage sleeve. We have our padded straps, which are great for if the bag has a lot of weight to it. These make it so that it doesn't hurt, they don't dig into your shoulders. Then on one side of the bag, there is a zipper, which opens up and it gets you into the whole inside of the bag. And we'll come back to discussing the inside of the bag in a moment. Zip that up. The other zipper on this side is for a laptop, and this is padded so it'll protect your laptop as well. You can put a tablet in here, a smaller Chromebook, or anything you want. Anything that'll fit in here that is a device, you can put it in this pocket. On the front of the bag, we have these top closure straps, which are great because they make it a little bit more secure so that you can't just get into the bag. And there is an option to add a magnetic snap. I didn't add it because I did discover that my magnetic snap would have been too big here and I wouldn't have been able to do my top stitching. So I omitted it, but I may go back and get the magnetic snaps that have rivets on either side so they're finished so that I can put a magnetic snap, because when the snap is added, it does help keep everything closed nicely. Now before we go into the inside of the bag, on the back here we have these paracords, and this is optional, you don't have to add it. But you can add it if you have these zipper pulls that have these holes in them. And what you can do is slide the paracord through and tie it. And this just makes it so those zippers stay up, but also so that nobody can get into your bag while you're wearing it and you can't see. So it's a really nice feature, helps with some extra security, especially if you're using this bag while you're traveling and you're out walking around. This makes it really secure. Not even when you're traveling, say when you're on a bus, city buses, it just helps make it extra secure. So now we're going to open the bag. And as you can see, even when the bag is open, the bag is quite large. And if you wanted to, you could just keep the magnetic snap at the top here and wear it like this. You don't have to close it if you don't want to, say you have too much stuff with you. When you look inside the bag, it is very spacious. Right here, I'm going to open the bag up this way so you can see. So on this side here, you can see there is a mesh pocket right here. So it's a zippered mesh pocket. I wonder if I can roll the top of the bag down so you can see it. So there you go, you have this zippered mesh pocket here. On the other side, you can see we have this divided slip pocket, and this is where I will need to open the bag so you can see inside better. So you have this slip pocket, and then right here, this floral print fabric, right here, sorry, I was trying to, right here, this is for a pen pocket, and then there's 4 of these all the way across the bag. Trying to see if I can get it so you can see. 4 of those, there we go, 4 of these all the way across where you can put 4 cards in and then another pen pocket on the other end. And then right here you have an elastic on the inside of the bag on the side that you can put a water bottle into. So you have 3 spaces for water bottles or anything that you need, drink bottles or anything like that. So this bag is really big. There are a lot of pieces. It does take some time to make, but it is so worth it because it is an awesome pattern. I do recommend cutting and preparing everything one day, or even if you need 2 days to do it, doing that and then sewing another day. Don't try to do this all in one day. Definitely take your time. It is worth it. Maybe sew it over 2 days. So go halfway and then stop and then sew the rest of the way. But it really is a fun bag and it is worth all the work because it's really awesome. And I love all the pockets. I'm all about pockets, so I love all the pockets. If you don't want, say, the luggage sleeve here, you don't have to add it. If you don't like the mesh pocket on the inside, you don't have to add it. This is your bag. You can make it exactly how you want it and just have fun with it. I really enjoyed making this and I'm really hoping you enjoy making it too. Again, it does take a lot of work, but it's totally worth it. Now, one last thing is on the bottom here, this stitching is not part of the pattern. This is just something I like to do on the bottom of my bag. So you can do that if you want, and I do talk about that in the tutorial. And there are purse feet on the bottom, which are great because it keeps your bag off the floor and safe so that you don't get it stained or anything. Now my bag is made out of nylon, bonded nylon, and quilting cotton. So the bonded nylon is wipeable and it's also water resistant. So that's another reason why I wanted it made this way. It'll help keep everything inside the bag safe so that it doesn't get wet when it rains, or if you're somewhere where, you know, it's drizzling or something, it just helps keep it so that you're not going to get items inside the bag wet. So again, this is the Passenger Backpack by Country Cow Designs. It's a really fun sew. So let's get started making our bag. So the very first thing, as with every pattern that I say, is to read through the entire pattern. It's really important with this pattern because there's a lot of information given regarding different interfacings, different materials. So you definitely want to read through and make note of that because you may need to cut something different. You may not need some interfacing. So you'll really want to read through. It also helps familiarize you with the construction of the bag so that as you're going through the pattern, things will make sense. So it's really important to take the time and do that before you begin and before you even cut out your pattern pieces. Once you've read through, you'll know what changes you need to make regarding if you're adding interfacing or not adding interfacing because of the materials you're using. For my bag, I'm using a mix of quilting cotton and bonded nylon. I am using the interfacing for the exterior, which is foam. And I'm also using some canvas for the lining as well as a mix of quilting cotton. So that's just a personal preference for what I'm using. You can use whatever materials you want and whatever materials you know your machine will handle. I'm also using a Gutermann all-purpose thread, but again, use threads, needles, materials, everything that you know your machine can handle. That's really important because there is some bulky areas to this bag and you don't want your machine to struggle. So once you've read through everything, you've picked out what materials you want to use, you can go ahead and cut all your pattern pieces. I don't show this on camera because I don't show measurements, rulers, pattern pieces, nothing on camera, and that is for the protection of the designer, but also because during testing, which is typically when I film, sometimes things can change. So if I give a measurement, say, for example, a measurement for a seam allowance or a measurement for how to cut out one of the pattern pieces, and it changes because testers have found that there's an issue, this causes problems for my tutorial. So by not giving that, it doesn't cause any issues and my tutorial is good. So you will need to have your pattern open either beside you or on your computer that you're watching this tutorial on so that you can follow along and know what the measurements are for the seam allowances and also so you know what to cut your pattern pieces. So I've already gone ahead and done that. And the one thing that I really like to do is placing all my hardware or any of my notions or anything inside a plastic bag so I don't lose it. It's all kept together. So my strapping is in here, my zippers are in here, and I've also labeled what each one is for, which is really important because it makes it easier when you're going to pull them out of the bag to use them. So you'll see I've labeled what this is going to be for, what the other ones are all for, including my zippers. I've labeled them all, and they're all cut already to the length that is given in the pattern as well. And it just keeps them all handy in this bag so they don't fall on the floor, because I have had things fall on the floor before and then I can't find it. Another thing I've done is labeled the tops of my pattern pieces so I know where the top is, and I've also labeled what the pattern piece letter is so that I know which one I'm using when I go to make the bag. I've also gone ahead and made some markings. For example, on this exterior piece, there were some markings that we needed to make. So because I've read ahead, I was able to go ahead and make some markings. And the reason for this is just so that, again, I don't have to stop the camera, because I don't show pattern pieces and measurements, etc. on camera. So I don't have to stop the camera quite as much to go off and do that. So now that we have everything cut and you've interfaced where you need to interface depending on the materials you're using, you've got everything cut, we're ready to get going. So I'm just going to move this off to the side. And the very first thing we need, which I really like that this is in the pattern, it tells you all the materials you need to begin. So you need your exterior main panel A. So that's going to look like this. Then you need, and I have them all together so that I wouldn't get confused, your center strip E. Then you need your lower closer straps H. So there's 2 of them. Then you need your front exterior zipper pocket L, short size. You need your exterior front slip pocket M, and I'm just making sure I have it here, and that's this one here. And then you need your lining zip pocket L full size, your lining zip pocket L short size, and your zipper and optional rivets. So I really like that this is mentioned in the pattern right before you go through each of the steps. I really like that they have that listed so you can gather it all up and have it all together. And I've done that because, again, I've read through, I've put them in piles of each step that I'm going to get to so that I know what to grab and it's all together. So once you have it all piled up, you're able to start with your zipper. So we need to get our zipper that is for this piece, and I have it labeled. And we need to grab our short exterior zip pocket piece, and I just want to make sure I have the right one. It's hard to see. I write directly on, and I'll show you as soon as I find it. I write directly on my pattern pieces what they are. You can also use some painter's tape. So you'll see here I wrote L short, and that means this is my exterior and it's the short piece. So I knew what that was. And I also have a T marked on it. Excuse me. Now, if you don't have your zipper pulls already on your zipper tape, you can go ahead and add them now. But as mentioned in the pattern, they are preferred to add the zip pulls later. It can be a little bit tricky, but you can add them now if you want, or wait until later to add them. And I'm going to wait until later because I do also like to have my zip pulls added later. I just like them not being in the way while I'm sewing. So right now we're placing this short exterior zip pocket piece right side up. And you have to make sure that you're placing it the right way. Your shorter edge is on the sides and it looks like this. So you'll want to, make note of what the direction is. And that's why it's important to have the T marked on it. You're going to place the zip right sides down onto the top edge. And then we'll baste this in place. So I'm just going to clip it all along. And then I'm going to baste this in place. And you're just basting it along that top edge. And what basting stitches do is they hold things together for you until you do the final sewing. So you see how it's held together? Now what we need to do is place the short lining zip pocket piece right sides together with the exterior. So again, I got to go through and find which one that is. Right here. So we're going to take this piece and we're going to place it right sides down. So the right side of the lining piece is against the wrong side of the zipper, but the right side of the exterior and the right side of this lining piece are touching. So you're making a little zipper sandwich. Pin it together. And I like to make sure that all my sides and everything all lines up. And then we're going to sew this all the way across. And I'm going to switch to a zipper foot. And if you have a zipper foot, you can switch to that too. Zipper foot just helps you get closer to your zipper. Okay, so now we will stitch this using the seam allowance given in the pattern. My thread doesn't want to cooperate. There we go. And I'm actually going to stitch from the other side. Cut all your threads. Now you may be wondering why I decided to switch and stitch from the other side, and that's because this one piece here is not interfaced. And sometimes I find when I'm stitching with it facing up and my presser foot is on top of this, I find that it makes my fabric shift. So when I flip it over, this piece is interfaced and it's attached to the zipper. I find it just glides nicely and I don't get the shifting of the material at all. So I was starting to get a little bit of shifting, and that's what reminded me to flip it over. So that's just a little tip to prevent your shifting if you're using a material like a quilting cotton that doesn't have interfacing. I just find that the presser foot pressing down kind of pushes it and shifts the fabric a bit on me. So now what we need to do is we need to press the pocket pieces away from the zipper tape, and then we need to top stitch this. So what I like to do is I like to clip the bottom corners together and all along that bottom edge, and then I take it to my iron and I press it. So we're going to take this to our iron and we're going to press all along this seam where the zipper is attached. So I'm going to pause the camera, I'm going to go press that, and then I'll come back and we will sew or top stitch the top part of the zipper here. All right, so now we can top stitch under the zipper here. So we can top stitch along this seam right under the zipper. So increase your stitch length to a length you like to use for top stitching. Cut any threads. Return your stitch length back to your length you use for constructing your bag, and that's how we're looking so far. Now what we need to do is place the full zip pocket piece lining right sides up and place the zip pocket right sides down. Oh, sorry, I need to grab this. Sorry. I need to grab the full zip pocket piece. So this is this one. We're going to place this one right sides up, and we're going to place the completed zipper pocket that we just made right sides down on top. And you're going to line up those top edges and pin it together. Now, your pocket piece is slightly longer, and this is mentioned in the pattern, and it's to account for those who use a smaller seam allowance around their zip, which means you'll need that extra length. So if you didn't use quite the accurate seam allowance that was given in the pattern, you'll have that little bit extra down here, or you might not have as much extra down there, and that's okay because we can trim it later. So now we're going to baste this together. So we're going to baste this top edge. And you can leave it the basting stitch length at the length you used for top stitching. As I mentioned, basting stitches just hold things together temporarily until you do your final stitching. Now I want to trim this pocket piece so it's even. So I'm just going to pin down the sides. And I'm just going to use my scissors and I'm going to cut along the bottom edge. You can take this to your cutting mat and use your ruler and rotary cutter to cut this. I'm just using my scissors. I know this is at the bottom and it'll be within a seam later, so you won't see my zigzaggy stitches, snips. It's not very straight, but that's okay. So now we have that attached. Just going to remove those clips. Next step, we need to take this and have it right sides up, and then we need to place the front slip pocket piece right sides together with the top edge. So find where my top is, and we're going to place these so that the slip pocket piece is right sides together with the right side of our pocket. So this is right sides together with the right side of your zipper. So the zipper is sandwiched in between. You have a little zipper sandwich. And I'm going to do the same thing I did previously. I'm going to sew this with this against the bed of my machine, this lining piece, because there's no interfacing. And as I mentioned previously, I don't want it to shift or stretch on me. And we'll sew this with the seam allowance given in the pattern. Now when you're sewing that, just make sure that this piece doesn't go up under your presser foot. I should have mentioned that before we started stitching it. Just make sure it doesn't go up under your presser foot. Now you're going to press the slip pocket away from the zip. And I'm just going to use my nail here, just to kind of press it. And then we're going to flip it. So flip this, so you're now looking at that pocket we just attached. You're looking at the wrong sides. And you're going to bring the bottom edge of the slip pocket down to meet the bottom edge of your zipper pocket pieces. And I flipped mine back over just to make sure, because remember I kind of didn't really cut that very straight, so I want to make sure everything is lined up nicely. Now, when we did that, if you notice, it created an accent piece on the top, and that's what you want. Now I'm just going to change my presser foot back out because I don't think we're sewing a zipper again for a little bit. So I'm going to go and press that top edge so it's nice and flat, and then when we come back, we'll do all our top stitching that needs to be done on this. So I will press this, it'll be nice and flat, and again, that's how it looks when you brought it down to match the bottom edge, and you have this little accent piece, kind of almost like you did a binding at the top there. So I'm going to go press that, and we'll come back and continue. All right, so now we need to top stitch this trim, and we're going to top stitch above the zipper here and then along the top. So there'll be 2 rows of top stitching, just above the zipper and then at the top here. So change your stitch length to the length you like to use for top stitching. And then I'm going to trim all my threads because I don't want them to be peekaboo threads later so that they poke out through my seams. Change your stitch length back to the length you use for stitching your bag, and that's how it looks. You can see the 2 rows of top stitching on the front and on the back. So it just looks like you've added some binding on the top or some trim on the top. So now we need to add our zip pulls. So I will show you how I do that. Just need to find them. So I have my 2 zipper pulls here, and I'm going to put on the pulls. And we want them closing towards each other. So I'm going to open my fabrics up. I'm just trying to put them in so that they go in evenly, so that the zipper tape is even. Just slightly off. Usually I'm better at this. Of course, when I'm filming, I'm not. There we go. There's one side. And then I will do the other side. And I don't think that went on completely evenly. No, I'm gonna have to redo this one. It's really fighting me. It was probably good enough, but I don't want to have a little bubble where the zipper pulls meet. I'm going to pause the camera and put my zipper pulls on. I'm usually better at this than that, and now I'm really fighting with it. So I'm going to pause the camera, and I'll come back and my zipper pulls will be, and of course, as I'm saying that, it goes on. Of of course it would do that. One more side. So I paused the camera to put the second pull on, and I realized what was wrong. When I cut my zipper teeth, there was a piece that was sticking up one of the teeth, and it was making it so that it wasn't allowing it to go in at the same time so evenly, but now my zipper pulls are on. So it was that one side that I was having difficulty with. So now what we're going to do is base the sides of the front pocket, and there's a measurement that we need to use for where we're going to stop from the bottom, and I've already gone ahead and had made this prior to filming. So there's a measurement on each side, and I think I might have erased it on this side, but I think I can still see it faintly. Right there. So the marks that you're going to make from the bottom up are where you're going to stop sewing. So we're going to base the sides together, and I'm going to use a longer stitch length here for this. And I'm going to stop when I reach that mark and back stitch there. Don't forget to return your stitch length. I'm just going to give my pocket piece a little haircut because there are some threads on the side that are starting to fray. There we go. And that's how it looks. You're going to have that little bit at the bottom that is not sewn so that you can reach in and stitch this later, and it'll all make sense later. And you don't want to zip your zippers all the way to the center. You want to leave them so that they're just like that. And again, they're facing each other when you put them on. So now we're going to create both the lower straps. So we're just going to put that pocket piece off to the side. And I've already gone ahead and folded one of my straps so I didn't have to stop the camera and do it off camera. But I will show you how to do this for one of them. So first thing you need to do is there's a mark or a measurement from the short edge that you need to make down. And we're going to fold that short edge using that measurement. So you'll want to refer to the pattern for what the measurement is. If you're using a quilting cotton here, you can press this with your iron. I'm using the bonded nylon as I mentioned previously, so I'm going to use some double-sided tape and I'm going to fold it to the wrong side by that measurement given in the pattern. Now we want to cut those corners on an angle just to help reduce the bulk. So I've trimmed my corners, as you can see there, and that helps keep the bulk down. Now what we're going to do is draw a line up the center of our strap And you're drawing this on the wrong side. We're going to use some double-sided tape here. Again, if you're using quilting cotton, you can take this to your iron and press it. And you may be wondering what I'm doing with my double-sided tape when I first use it. And what I'm doing is I'm folding it so that it goes back onto itself, so sticky sides touching. And then I just pull the piece that I folded back up, and it creates like a little tab where there's no double-sided tape. And that helps to make it easier to pull up my double-sided tape, so I'm not fighting with it on the end. So you'll see here, it created a little tab where there's no double-sided tape, and I could just pull it up. Easy peasy. Now we're going to fold these in to meet in the center. So fold the long edges so that they meet in the center. Now I don't go right against the center line. I have it a smidge away from it, and the reason for that is because we're folding it again. So anytime I make straps like this that I'm going to be folding in 4, I don't make it go right to the center line. I have it just slightly away from the center line. And the reason for that is when we fold it again in half, you don't want all this extra bulk here, which causes kind of like a bit of a bump in the center. So having that little bit of a gap means the two fabrics will just lay flat beside each other, not like this. They'll lay flat beside each other, and it'll give you a nice strap. So now I'm going to press the second long edge into the center. Again, leaving that little gap. So it looks just like this right now. So I see how I'm trying to bend my fabric. See how there's a bit of a gap there? So now when I fold them, I don't get that bulk in that seam there. Now we're going to fold our strap in half again. So that's going to hide all the raw edges. And I'm going to use some double-sided tape. You don't have to use double-sided tape here. You can just fold it and use your clips to hold it in place. So match up those folded edges and fold it in half. And there we have it. That's how it looks when it's folded. So you have one short raw edge, one edge that's finished because of the way we folded the material to go into itself. So that short edge was folded down into itself, and it looks like that. Just going to place a clip there, just to keep everything nicely pressed until I stitch it. Now we're going to sew this using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And I'm just looking to make sure. So there's 2 rows of stitching you're going to do on this. So I like to start on the raw edge, and I'm just working my way up. Now in this corner, I don't want to get an angled stitch, so what I do is I reduce my stitch length so that it's at 0. I take 1 stitch, then I bring my stitch length back to what it was at, and I continue stitching until I get to the next corner. And at this next corner, again, stitch length at 0, 1 stitch, return my stitch length. And that just prevents those angled stitches. Now the second row of stitching, I'm just going to stitch across my short edge here. And now I'm going to sew the second row of stitching. Again with the one stitch. And I had to take a slightly shorter stitch length at the top here to make sure that I've got the accurate seam allowance. And that's okay if you have to do that. And that's how my strap looks when it's all top stitched. So now we're going to top stitch the second one. So you'll fold the second one in the same manner that we did with this strap, and then you'll top stitch the second one. So I'm just going to pause the camera so I can top stitch the second one, because I don't think you need to sit and watch me do that stitching all over again. But it looks really good. I really like how it looks. It's really pretty. I like it with the double stitching. So I'm going to pause the camera. I'm going to go do my stitching on the second strap, and then I'll come back and we will continue on. So both the straps are now stitched. This is how they look. And I have a marking that we need to make on our straps. So I've already gone ahead and done that. And I did this before I started filming, but it kind of came off a little bit because I just used chalk to mark it. I'm not sure if you can see the mark there. There, you can see it there. So I've already gone ahead and done that. And we now need our exterior. So we need to take one of our exteriors and we need to make a mark that is in from the center. So mark your centers at the top and the bottom. I always like to mark the top and the bottom, and I like to do that on the wrong side as well. And then you need to make a mark from the center over using the measurement given in the pattern. So you go from the center over and you'll mark it all the way down, and you'll do that on the other side from the center over. So from the center to the left side, you'll make that mark using the measurement. Then you'll go from the center to the right and make the mark using the measurement. Once you have that mark made, I'm going to use some double-sided tape on my strap here. And I'm going to stick this lower strap to the inside of the line that I made. So here's my line, and I'm placing this to the inside. Of that line made. And I'm lining it up. Now I'm going to add a clip up here just so that this doesn't move around too much on me while I'm stitching. So there it is. It's clipped in place. And now what we're going to do is we're going to stitch this down. And you're going to stitch up to where that mark is and then sew down. And you're sewing neatly over your exterior stitching using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So you're going to stitch right on top of that previous stitching, stitch all the way up to that marked line that you made, and then all the way back down. So starting at the bottom, try to go right on top of those previous stitches. Again, I'm going to take a 0 stitch length when I reach the top. I'm going to stitch across the top, and I will back stitch here just for some extra strength. 0 stitch, pivot, and go back down the other side, stitching right on top of my previous stitches. And I never get them that perfect ever, where I stitch perfectly on top, but I did this time. It's really weird. So that's how it'll look when it's stitched on. So you'll have it stitched all the way up to that line you made. So this part, this top part of your strap will be loose, and it'll be stitched onto the bottom. So that's the bottom of your bag. So make sure you have the top marked with a T, and the bottom of the bag is where you're stitching it. So now we're going to repeat that for the second one, and I'll go off camera to stitch this on, and then I'll come back. Now, I just wanted to mention the way you place your strap, so you know you have this folded edge where the two pieces of the strap are folded together, so you have those folds here, and then you have one edge that's just the folded edge. How you place them is really a personal preference, but I like to place them so that they're the same on each side. So if I have this where the two folds are facing out, I'll make sure they're facing out on both sides. If I have it so the folds are facing in, I'll place it so that they're both facing in. And this is just a personal preference. It's just my little thing that I like to do just to make everything look the same. And I'll do that throughout the bag as well. I'll make note of how that is, and I'll have them all facing the same way. Again, you don't have to do that. I just thought I'd share what I do, just a little extra tip, just so that everything is nice and consistent and everything looks the same. So I'm going to go attach the second lower strap to the bottom of my exterior, and then I will come back and we will continue on. The second strap attached to the exterior of the bag, so now they're both attached. Now what we need to do is grab our assembled pocket piece, the one that we have the two zippers on, and we're going to place this at the bottom. We're going to line up the bottom edge and the side edges just like that, and where we've stitched our straps are underneath it. It does come up a bit, you can see where we stopped stitching, but they're underneath it. So I'm just going to clip this, and I know I've spun it around, but it just makes it easier for me to see when I do it this way. And we're clipping it on the sides and the bottom. I'm just putting some clips there to help hold it in place. Actually, I don't need these here. Hang on. But I want to make sure everything is lined up nicely and neatly. We don't need the clips on the side, so I've removed those. That just helps hold everything in place. Now what we need to do, now that we have it clipped just like that, is we need to lift the exterior zip pocket piece up. And I'm going to lift it up, and then I'm going to clip it so it is out of the way. Just like that. So just your exterior. Now on your lining piece that's here, and I will add some clips just to help hold it in place, there is some marks that you need to make to draw a little triangle in your corner piece. And again, remember when we trimmed that back pocket, I didn't trim it so straight, but so it's kind of off a bit, but I've drawn, that triangle in the corner using the measurement given in the pattern. Once you have those triangles drawn in both your corners, so both corners, we're going to sew this. So we're going to sew the triangles at the bottom, across the bottom, and up the top. So sew those triangles. And if your stitch length is still at the top stitch length or a basting length, don't forget to return it. I'm just going to sew across here to go to the other side so I don't have to break stitches. And then I'm going to sew this triangle. Now, what we're going to do is trim these triangles so that they are out of the seam allowance. Now, you're not trimming your exterior piece, so do not trim your exterior piece. And for me, that's my nylon here. You're just trimming the lining pieces. And this again is to help reduce the bulk, and as it says in the pattern, you'll be happy that that was done later. Then we're going to put the pocket back down, and we're going to baste all the way around. So we're going to baste the sides and the bottom. Now for a basting stitch, you can use a longer stitch length if you prefer. And another thing I like to do is start with my needle down. This way here, nothing shifts on me. Now I'm going to break my stitches and come back over to the other side, which will require me, oops, I just hit my light. Sorry if that got in the way of the camera. I'm going to roll up my pattern or my bag so far so that it fits under the bed of my machine or under the throat. Well, that went flying somewhere. If I don't find it, Missy will. Oh, there it is. Oops. Just trimming these threads. Now I'm going to stitch across the bottom. And that's how it looks so far. You have this slip pocket and your zipper pocket here. But now we need to place that center trim to divide this pocket up. So what we're going to do is put this to the side for now. We're going to take our center trim piece, or center strip, sorry, and you're going to mark a line down the center. Then we're going to fold those long edges in to meet in the center. And you're doing exactly like we did for the straps here, except for we're not folding them that second time. And for these ones, you can have them touching right in the center because, again, we're not folding it in half again. We're just folding these into the long edges in to meet that center line. Now, we're going to take this center strip and we're going to place it on the main panel, making sure it is centered. So you'll want to find that center mark that you made, and you can line it up with the center because we know where it is because of the fold. So I'm going to use some double-sided tape to help stick this down. And this splits that pocket, so you want to make sure that your zippers are not touching in the center. You want to move them out of the way. You don't want them to be touching. And what I might do is go off camera to get this perfectly centered. I know that I'm centering it here, but I want to measure it and make sure it's centered all the way down. So I'm going to just pause my camera and I'm going to take my ruler and make sure that the measurement from the sides in towards this strip are the same so that it is perfectly centered. So I'm just going to pause my camera. I'm going to go do that, get this stuck down and make sure it's centered. Even though I'm lining it up in the center here, it can get a bit wonky. Like I don't want it to be over too much one way. I want it nice and straight. So it's just worth taking the extra time to do that. So I'm going to do that, then I'll come back and we will stitch this down. All right, so I've got it stuck down now, and it's really worth taking the time measuring from the sides to the center to make sure that this is nice and straight, and use some double-sided tape to help hold it in place. Unless you're using something like quilting cotton, you can use pins to hold it in place if you want, but I just like double-sided tape because sometimes I find with pins when I use it, it shifts my fabric a bit, so the double-sided tape ensures that it stays in place. Another option is using some a glue stick. So you take the glue stick and you apply it to the back, and then you use your iron to press it down and dry it, and that'll help hold it in place. However, you can only use the glue stick if you are using quilting cotton or if you're willing to wait for it to dry. And if you are willing to wait for it to dry, you'll want to put something heavy on top of it to help hold it down so that it doesn't lift up while it's drying. So now we're going to top stitch these using the seam allowance given in the pocket, in the pattern. I was going to say in the pocket. So what this is doing is it is dividing that zipper pocket and that slip pocket into two individual pockets. And again, make sure your zippers are not near this center strip so that they're out of the way, because you don't want to hit them and you want them to be on one side and one on the other side of your center strip. And you're stitching this all the way up the center strip. And I just went a little bit slower when I went over where the zipper teeth are, just to make sure I stitched right through them. And just make sure that nothing else is under your needle while you're stitching. For example, these straps that we've stitched down previously. And if your zippers are dangly, just make sure that they don't get under your needle. Trim all your threads. Just return to my stitch length, back to the length I use for stitching my bag. I have to keep moving my cord because it gets stuck under the wheels of my chair. But that's how this looks. So we have the two pockets, slit pockets, and two, I don't want to open it all the way because I don't want my zipper to end up in the ends there, but we have two zipper pockets as well. And this pocket is perfect for slipping a phone into. So it fits right into those pockets, and it would even fit into the zipper pocket too. And a tip, if you've used zippers that have holes in them, so even this one, and you have a luggage lock, you can even go on Amazon and order them. You could even add a luggage lock to these zippers if you want to put something in here that you don't want people getting access to, because you are wearing this on your back. These are easy to access. You could put a luggage lock on this and lock these closed, and you could put things in here, and that'll help keep them secure while you're wearing this on your back, especially if you're in a crowded place, or say you take public transit and you're using this, or the person you're giving this to is using it as a backpack for school. This will help keep them nice and secure and safe, so you could add that luggage lock to it. Just a little bit of information or a little tip for you. So you can use zippers, and I think I'm using them later on, that have hooks on them where you can hook this together, but I'd be able to even get my luggage lock through this too because it's long enough. Just a little tip thought I'd share. So I've moved my zipper pulls so that they're right against that center strip, so that they're right out of the way. Now there is an option to add a rivet where the center strip meets the top trim and another one below the stitching on each side of the lower straps. I am going to do that. So I'm going to go off camera. So you're going to add it here in the center, and then you're going to add it under the stitching here. Now be careful when you're adding it under the stitching on these front straps, because you do have those 4 rows of stitching and you don't want to punch a hole through the stitching because that'll break your stitches and cause it to unravel. So I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to make the measurements and I'm going to install my rivets. I don't feel you need to sit here and watch me do that. So when I come back, it'll be all done and I'll show you how it looks. It also adds, just to note, a little bit of bling, an extra bit of bling to your bag. If you don't want to add that, you do not need to. Another tip I have is you could just sew a little box here. So sew it so that it goes in line with your top stitching, and then sew an X in it. And you could sew a little box here with an X as well if you want. And that'll just help add some extra security. So there we have it. I've attached my rivets. That's how it looks with the rivets. So it's really pretty, just adds a little bit of extra bling. Again, you can sew the box with an X like I said. If you don't have rivets, you can also use Chicago screws. So we're going to put this piece off to the side for now. Just going to put it there because my ironing board doesn't really have enough room if I have to get up and iron. Next, we're going to make our straps. So we're going to grab our strap pieces. And again, this tells you everything you need for these steps. So you need your exterior padded straps. So you need these 2 pieces. You need your exterior strap anchors, your foam padding, your ladder locks. So we will grab that. And I know I have a second one here. And we need our lower strap webbing. And your webbing for your ladder locks. All right, put that away. So I'm just going to move this all to the side, and I'm going to put these inside with my clips here so I don't lose them. So the first thing we're starting with is our padded straps. And you do this for both the straps. So I'll show you how to do one, then I'll go off camera and I will show you I will sew up the second one. So you'll see me do the one and then I'll go off to do the second one. So first thing you need to do is mark a line down the center of your foam strap piece. So I've already done that. On the exterior side of the padded strap, and I just want to move these out of my way because I keep hitting them. On the exterior side of the padded strap piece, you want to fold one short end over by the measurement given in the pattern. So I'm going to do that now. So use one of your short ends to fold over so you can measure and mark. And I wanted to give a little tip for this. What I like to do myself is, depending on the measurement that's given and how it's given, I like to add or double the measurement. So in this case, I doubled the measurement and drew a line where I need to fold it, or drew a line where that measurement is, sorry. And then that way there, I fold it down to meet at that line. Because sometimes folding it at the measurement that's given in the pattern is a little bit hard because once we draw the line, we can't see it. And I don't want to draw on the right side of my fabric. So another thing that's mentioned in the pattern is if this is directional fabric, this fold should be on the bottom edge. I'm not really using a directional fabric, it's just this pretty sunflower flower print, so it doesn't really matter which way the fabric goes. Now we need to place the exterior padded strap piece right side up on top of the foam, lining up this short raw edge with the end of the foam and matching it to the line on the foam. So you're going to take, I'm going to take some double-sided tape first. This is going to help hold my strap in place. So I'm going to place some double-sided tape underneath the center line. So just like that, right down the entire length of the strap, or the foam, sorry, not the strap. So just like that. Now we need to take our piece and line up the straight edge with the line on the foam. And because I had done this prior to filming, I marked where the foam's going to be because there was another mark that we needed to make later in the pattern. So now what we're going to do is take it and you're going to place it right sides down on top of the foam, lining up the raw edge, the long raw edge of the foam with that center mark, and also lining up your sides with the foam. So your short side with the short side of the foam. And this is why I've used double-sided tape, because it's just going to help hold everything in place. Just gotta re-stick this down. What is it? So just like that. So you're lining up the short raw edge with the end of the foam, matching it to the line of the foam. Now we're going to sew this to the foam using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So where you're stitching is right here along this edge, the raw edge of your fabric. And don't worry, because that stitching will be hidden later. So using the seam allowance given in the pattern, stitch this down. Trim all your threads. And that's how it looks right now stitched. So you can see the back of my foam, it's stitched right down the center almost, and then it's stitched there. Now we're flipping this over so we're looking at the wrong side of our strap. And there's a mark that you need to make from what is now looking to be my top edge down. So the other long edge, the long raw edge that we didn't stitch to the foam, this edge, there's a mark that you need to make from the raw edge over, or if I'm looking at it this way, raw edge down, and you're going to make that mark. Once you have that mark made, you're going to fold the long edge into that line and press. So you're going to fold it and press. Now this is where I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to press it with my iron. You can use some double-sided sticky tape if you want, but I'm going to press it with my iron. So I'll do that and I'll come back and then we will continue constructing this strap. So now that this is all pressed, what we need to do is fold this and wrap it around the foam. So you can take some double-sided tape. I know it looks like I'm obsessed with this stuff, but it really helps keep everything nice and neat and pressed in place. You can also use a glue stick, as I mentioned earlier. So we're going to fold. So take your foam. I should explain this while I'm doing it. You're facing this right now where you're looking at it, so you're looking at the wrong side of your fabric. Fold it so you now are looking at the right side of the fabric, so the side we just sewed. And I'm just pressing it so that it stays down. And you can even do this at your ironing board too to really get it all pressed nice and flat. I'm going to remove the double-sided tape backing and I'm going to press this down. And I'm trying to make sure that this is as straight as I can get it. because we're going to be doing some stitching and I really, really want that stitching to look really nice. So I'm going to use some more double-sided tape here. So that when I flip this over, it stays in place. There we go. That'll help hold that. And then I'm just going to bring this back around the foam. Now there is a measurement given in the pattern for where this will end up, how far away from that edge. You can go ahead and measure with your ruler to see, which I will go off camera and I will just quickly do that to make sure that it is accurate. And actually this will help you know if you've placed it evenly, which surprisingly enough, I have. So I'm just giving it a really good press. Again, you can take this to your iron and press it if you want. So you can see that first line of stitching that we did in here, that's gone. We don't see it right now. So now that this is all wrapped, we need to sew from this folded edge over. So you know that edge that we folded down and we just wrapped around? So this edge here, we need to sew over using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So we'll sew that down and then we'll come on the other side, and from this edge over, there's a measurement given. You'll sew again straight down the other side. And what that's doing is that's holding this in place where we just folded it over, but it's also making it so that there's 2 rows of stitching even. It looks like it's on purpose. And you can use your top stitch length here. I'm just going to trim my stitches, or my threads, sorry, not my stitches. And I'll show you how it looks once I get these all trimmed up. So that's how it's looking so far. And this is the side that we folded over, and this is the side that has just the stitching. Now we're going to top stitch both long edges of the strap. And I just want to make sure, yeah, so we're going to top stitch both long edges of the strap. just trimming my threads. And there you have it. That's how the strap looks when it's all stitched. So that's the side here, you can tell, where we folded it over. And that's the side that's not. So this is going to be the right side of the strap, and that'll be the wrong side of the strap. At least for me, that's how I'll do it. So that I have the prettier side when you're wearing it, so that it shows the prettier side. Not that it's any less pretty, but just the prettier side. So I'm going to put that to the side, and I'm going to show you how to construct the rest of the strap so that you can just follow right along, and then I'll go off camera and I'll construct the other strap off camera. So now we need to grab our webbing that is for our ladder locks. And this tape is on there pretty good. So I just need one of them for now. So we just need one of our webbing pieces for now for this strap. You can do them both at the same time if you want, which you know what, I think I might do just because I can get that done. So there is a mark that you need to make on the webbing, and I did it on the one, and I guess I didn't do it on the other one. Trying to see if I can find it. I think it just dusted off. There it is. I think it just dusted off. Yeah, it's just dusted off. Because I used chalk, it's not as dark. I can't do that. I will do the second one off camera after. Okay, so make sure that my measurement is correct, which it is. So you'll need to make a mark from the short edge up using the measurement given in the pattern, using an erasable pen, and as we noticed on this, chalk really does work well. You're going to feed the webbing through the top bar of the ladder lock, and there is a right and wrong side of the ladder lock, but that's not, or it is important actually right now. So you want the right and wrong side of the ladder lock. Now there is a right and wrong side. If you're not sure, they do give a tip for how to figure that out, and I'll show you on camera. So I have this ladder lock. I'm not super sure what side is the right or wrong side. So what I would do is I would slide my webbing through the lock, so this bottom bar here, and then I will tug on it. And if it doesn't move, this indicates that my ladder lock is facing the right way. So I know that this side is the right side of my ladder lock, not the side that my straps are coming out of, this side. So when I look at the wrong side, I know that there's these teeth that are closer to the top and closer to this little piece here. There's some teeth here. I don't know if you can see it. They're close to this little piece here that's cut out, closer. They're right with it. So see that side? The teeth are here on this bar here that aren't connected to the actual bottom piece here. I hope that makes sense. So I know that that is the wrong side of my ladder lock. So back to adding the ladder lock. I'm going to slide it on, and you're going to fold these short edges to meet the line you marked, and we'll secure it in place with some double-sided tape. And if you're not sure how I figured out the right and wrong side, again, it is written in the pattern. So you can just use the instructions there. And what I did here was, so I have it so that the folded edges, so you can see this folded edge, so the ladder lock is down here. I've wrapped it around and I brought this short edge up to meet the line that I drew, and then I bring this second short edge down to meet the line that I drew. and it'll look like that. And this way here, you won't have any seams when we go to attach it to the bag, because it'll all be attached and hidden, because this will be against the strap. So I'm just going to check one more time to make sure that when this is on my bag, that this is the correct way. And it is. There we go. All right, so now there is a measurement that we need to make from the finished edge of our strap up. So there's markings that you'll need to make on this, and those measurements are given in the pattern. So from this folded edge, so not the edge that's left raw, the folded edge up. So I'm going to go off camera, I'm going to make all those markings, and then when I come back, we'll sew this in place. And that's where you're going to place these. So I'm going to go do that and come back and I'll show you how it looks, then we'll stitch it. All right, so I've made those marks. Now all that's left to do is put this, I'm forgetting what it's called, ladder lock webbing onto our strap. So I've added a piece of double-sided tape to the back. And what you're going to do is you want this piece centered on your strap. And again, the strap end that we're using is the end that's folded. And I've made that mark on my strap that was given in the pattern for where we're going to place the top folded edge of our ladder lock webbing. And you want it centered, and the nice thing about it is our stitching, you can just center it right in between that stitching. Press it down, and it'll look like that. So the line I created is right here above where this webbing is. It's right there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to sew a box on top of the webbing using the seam allowance given in the pattern, and then we'll also sew an X in it. And we're going to stop stitching right where we drew that one line that was down from the top folded edge of this webbing. So I'm actually going to start on that line. And you'll notice I didn't backstitch just yet. That is because I'm going to come back after and I'm going to stitch back over the webbing later. Or not back over the webbing, sorry, back over that stitching later. And I am doing the stitches to prevent the angled stitches in the corners. I'm just rolling up my strap so I can get it under the bed of my machine. I don't know if I'm quite at that line. There we go. And I'm back where I started, so I'm going to back stitch over it. This is just going to add some strength to this stitching. And now I'm going to sew the X. And then when I come up to this top corner up here, I'm going to pivot and I'm going to sew on top of those previous stitches, and I will back stitch here again just like I did below, and this just helps strengthen the strap, and then sew back down to create the X. And I just want to lock that stitch in so I don't get an angled stitch there, because I've done everything I could to prevent that. Now I'm cutting my threads. And I like how it even looks on the back. I know some of my stitching kind of went a little wonky and a little off, but that's okay. But I like how it looks on the back. You even have that X pattern on the back, and then that's how it looks on the front of the strap. Now I'm going to add some rivets on my webbing here, and I'm going to add it between the marks. I don't want to go over the stitching, so I'm going to add 2 rivets just between where the X's are so I don't cut the threads here. So I'm not going to put it in the center. There'll be 2 on here, but I'll do that off camera when I go to sew the other strap after. So now I want to show you how to create your strap anchors. So what I'm going to do, again, one of these on camera, then I will go off and I will sew the other one. Again, I just don't feel that you need to sit there and watch me sew 2 of them. So you've seen me do one of these. You can pause the camera, go back and stitch up the second one. I really like how it looks. It was an interesting way of making a strap, really different and really very easy too. And I like that I didn't have to push the foam through after I sewed it. I like how we did the fold over, and I like how it looks all nice and clean and tidy. So I'm just going to put that out of the way there. Actually, I'll put it over here. So now we have our strap anchors. So you need to fold your strap anchor in as given in the pattern. So the first way you fold it is fold it so it is wrong sides together like this. And there is a measurement given in the pattern to make sure that you have it folded the correct way. Once you have that folded like that, you're then going to fold the whole thing completely in half again. So you get a square that looks like this. So you have 2 raw edges and 2 edges that have the folds. Now what you're going to do is take one of your webbings, and this is your bottom strap webbing, and you want to place it so it is pushed up against the folded the folded edges the folded edges. So you're going to open back up your strap anchor and place your webbing inside. Don't place the webbing all the way into the bottom. Just place it inside. And then you're going to have it so it's against that fold. Oh, it does say to line it up with the bottom raw edge. Sorry, my bad. So you're going to line up your webbing with the bottom raw edge. Sorry, I had to read that. And you're going to pin it in place. So the webbing is lined up with this bottom raw edge, and it's lined up with the side folded edge here. So everything is all nicely lined up, pushed in, all lined up. And I'm using a lot of clips here to hold it in place. Just like that. So it's all held in place. So it's lined up at the bottom and lined up with this folded edge here. Now what you're going to do is you're going to stitch all 4 edges of the anchor with the seam allowance given in the pattern. And again, I don't want angled stitches, so I take that 1 extra stitch at a 0 stitch length. Now I'm coming back across and I'm going to back stitch. And I know these raw edges are going to be concealed later in our seam allowances, so that's why I kind of like to back stitch down at the bottom where you're not going to see it. Trimming all my threads. And that's how that looks, just like that. So you have your strap anchor complete with 1 strap attached. Now I'm going to go off camera. I'm going to make my second strap and attach my second strap anchor to my bottom strap, and then when I come back these are all complete and we will continue with completing the exterior back panel. So now we're going to create our exterior back panel, and for that we need to grab our exterior main panel A, our exterior top closure straps, so that is these. We need our exterior back strip O, exterior luggage sleeve N, our foam for our main panel, our back strip foam, our luggage sleeve foam, our completed straps, so your 2 padded straps that you completed, your webbing grab handle, which are all in my bag here, and your cord for the optional zip safety cords and some rivets. So I'm just going to put these all aside again, and we will start with our exterior back panel. Now, there is a note in the pattern before you start that you need to trim your exterior back panel, so from the width. So you'll want to check that and trim your panel. You can just take it to your cutting mat, use your ruler and rotary cutter, and trim off the amount that is given in the pattern. So you'll want to do that before you begin anything. Once you have that done, you'll want to mark the centers, and again, mark the top of your pattern, but mark your centers on the front and the back so you can see it. And mine are marked, but you can't really see them. But I can see it here. I've made it here. So you'll want to do that. Now, we are going to create our closure strap. So I'm just going to put this to the side. And I did already do one up. I already folded it and everything because I figured I'd get that done now before, or when I was reading through and doing all my prep. I folded one so I didn't have to fold it on camera. But I have this one here. This is what your G piece looks like. You're going to mark a line down the center, and then once you have that line down the center, we're going to fold both long edges in to meet in the center. Now, if you're using a quilting cotton, you can use your iron to press the long edges in to meet in the center. As I mentioned before, I'm using this bonded nylon, so I'm going to use double-sided tape, and I'm going to place it on each side of the marked line. We'll fold the long edges in to meet in the center. Now these can be touching because we're not folding it again. So remember I mentioned when we fold it in half again, you want to leave that gap. We're not folding these in half again, so we can just have them go right to the line. Just like that. So I folded the long edges into the center, so we have the folded sides, and then your center raw edges will be hidden later. So now we're going to top stitch both the long edges using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And you'll do this for both the pieces. So I'm just top stitching using the seam allowance given in the pattern. Trim all your threads. And that's how it will look once you have them all stitched. So you'll have two that are stitched like that. So I'm just going to stick those off to the side for now. We're going to grab our main panel. So you need to make some marks on your main panel using the measurements given in the pattern, and I've already gone ahead and done that, and I'm just going to measure, just go off camera, and I'm going to quickly remeasure just to make sure that the lines that I've drawn here have stayed accurate, because they've kind of dusted off a little bit. So I'm just going to pause the camera, I'm going to check that and redraw them and come right back. All right, so I redrew that line just so that I could see it a little bit better, and it's a measurement that you're making from the top down, so you'll see my line there from the top down. So now what we need to do is we need to place the foam stabilizer behind the main panel. So I just want to make sure I have the right foam stabilizer. Yeah. So we need to place our foam stabilizer behind the main panel, lining it up with the bottom edge and centered from side to side. And you want to make sure that it's centered perfectly. As this says, it's important that the foam stabilizers are centered in each step so the foam won't be in your zip seams later. So what you can do if you're using sew-in foam as I am is you can use some double-sided tape to help hold it in place. You can also use a basting spray if you have basting spray. I'm just going to use some double-sided tape. I use this a lot when I'm attaching this foam. The stitching later will also help hold it in place, but for now, to get it held in place until we stitch it down. So make sure you're doing this from the bottom, so that's why it's important to have that T marked there. Line up the bottom edge and your center point. And if you really want to make sure, you can use your ruler to make sure it is centered, which again, I will pause the camera and I will go off, and I will use my ruler to check the sides to make sure that we are all perfectly centered up the sides, same amount on both sides. I don't want to have any wonkiness, and I don't want my foam in my seams, because when we do attach those zips later, you don't want to have that bulkiness there. So that's how it looks right now. So I'm just going to go off camera. I'm going to measure and make sure both sides are even. I'm going to make sure it's perfectly centered. Then we'll come back and we will stitch on top of that line that we drew here. I'm glad I checked it because it was off just a smidge at the top. So I'm glad I checked it because it did look straight, but it wasn't lining up evenly on both sides. So now that we have this foam stabilizer attached, I'm just going to try to get out all these wrinkles that there we go. Just trying to smooth out my material. There we go. It's nice and smooth. So it's all smooth. Now we're going to stitch across this line that we drew, right across that line. We're going to baste across it. And for this, as I mentioned before, you can leave your stitch length at your top stitch length. And then we're going to stitch across the bottom of the panel as well. Again, make sure everything is smooth. And this is just to hold your foam in place. Oops. Okay, so that went a little wonky. So I'm going to re-stitch this. Stitching didn't catch at the bottom there. Trim all your threads. And if your stitching doesn't catch like mine did at the bottom there, go ahead and just redo it. Just making sure it's all flat still, so it's all nice and flat. Now, if you're adding a luggage sleeve, there's another row of stitching that you need to make from the top down, and I've already gone ahead and made that mark. So I'm going to stitch over it, and it's kind of faint, but I can still see it. So it's a second row of stitching. Trim your threads. Oops, I almost trimmed my finger. Just making sure everything stays flat. There we go. So you have the 2 rows of stitching. You can probably see it better from the back side, and the bottom is stitched in place. And this will help hold the foam in place while we're constructing the bag. All right, so now that we have that foam all stitched, I've paused the camera and went and remade some markings that I needed to make that kind of wiped off a bit. We need to attach our top closure straps. So you need to grab these back, which we did in the first step, and we need to place them on the exterior panel. So again, I made my marks already, but there are marks that you need to make from the top of the back panel down. So you'll want to make that mark, and that mark will line up with where your stitching is actually that we did when we stitched the foam in place. And then from your center over, you're going to make a mark. So from the center to the left and from the center to the right, you're going to make 2 marks going down. And then you're also going to make a mark that comes down from the top and down here. So I've got all my marks made, and it's a little bit hard, so I'm going to use a pencil so that you can see where I'm placing my strap. So from the center to the left, I made a mark, and where my pencil is where that mark is. I'm going to place this strap to the inside of that marked line, and the bottom raw edge of my strap is going to line up with the mark that I made from the top down. So where my pencils are, where they meet, is where this is going to line up. So I made the mark from the top down here. Here's my mark here. The raw edge is lining up with the mark, and then my side edge lines up with that side mark. And your strap is pointing off the top edge. Now I'm going to baste that in place. So again, lining it up, baste it in place, and your strap is wrong sides up. So you're looking at the strap where those raw edges are folded into the center. So make sure the strap is wrong sides up and that your lines are all lined up. Now another little tip is I'm going to use some double-sided tape to help hold it in place, because I really want to make sure that everything stays lined up nicely. And I'm just going to apply a bit of double-sided tape, and this will just help hold it in place. You don't have to do this if you don't want. Just a little bit of double-sided tape, lining it up with those lines, and that'll help me hold it in place while I stitch it down. So we're going to baste across that short edge. Trim my thread. Now this is where we need to grab our hardware. So you're going to grab your slider or whatever you're using for this part of the bag. There it is. And I'm just going to grab them both out. And I know I'm going to need my grab handle, so I'm going to grab that out too. So we want to slide our slider onto our strap. So I have a slider that has a movable bar in the center. I'm going to move that bar up so it touches the top, and I'm going to slide my strap through my slider. Now, because my slider has a right and wrong side, so by that I mean the side here, because of the movable bar, it folds in, and that's like what I would call the wrong side. I want that to be against the bag when my bag is closed. And I know that my bag is going to fold over like this to come over the front of the bag because this is the back of the bag. So I'm going to make sure that I bring my strap, bring my strap so that it comes through my strap slider just like this. So here's my strap slider. I'm coming through the back and over the front of the strap slider. Now what we need to do is we need to bring this down to meet this line down here. So that line we drew down here, which happens to be where our stitching is, we're going to bring that down to that line. And I just want to make sure, yeah, so we're bringing it down to meet at that line. Sorry, I had to get my pattern back to where we are in the steps. So I'm going to use some double-sided tape again. You don't have to use this, but I am, just to make sure that everything stays in place. And we're going to bring this down, making sure that our strap slider stays up near the top. Bring this down, making sure everything lines up, your sides, and the raw edge lines up with that line that you've got, which is also where your stitching is, and press it down in place. Make sure the sides are all lined up nicely, and using double-sided tape will help hold everything in place. But that's how it looks right now with it attached. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch up the side, across, and back down. However, before we do that, there's a mark that you need to make down from your hardware for where you're going to stop. So from the hardware down, we're going to make a mark. So I'm just going to pause the camera. I'm going to go make that mark and then we will come back. All right, so I've made that mark just with a fabric safe pen, or chalk, sorry. So I've made that mark right there. So I'm going to stitch up across where that line is and back down. And don't forget to back stitch at start and stop. So stitching up the one side. Now when you get to where that line is, if you need to take another stitch, but you notice that it's not quite the full stitch length to go all the way up, so it's about a half of what your stitch length would be, you don't want to go over it, you can adjust your stitch length and take a smaller stitch. Before you pivot here to turn, again, adjust your stitch length to 0, take one stitch, return your stitch length back to the length you're using for stitching up this strap, and then stitch across. And same thing when you get to this corner. If you have to take a smaller stitch length, you can take it, and then you can also take that one extra stitch in the corner. Now, when you pivot, you may find that your presser foot is right on top of your hardware, depending on your presser foot. Mine is just under it, but if for some reason you have a bigger presser foot and it's right on top of it, that's okay. You don't want it to jump off the hardware. You can use a humper jumper here. I don't have a humper jumper, so what I do is I have it so that it's facing this way, and I take a back stitch and I back up, then I turn back around and I stitch all the way back down. Now I'm just seeing that I ran out of thread here. My bobbin ran out a while ago. So I need to go and reload my bobbin, and then I will come back and we will continue stitching our bag. All right, so bobbin's reloaded. I just unpicked those stitches. I'm just going to stitch directly right on top of where I stitched previously. Normally I would unpick a few stitches and tie it off in the back, but it wasn't that far up, so I just unpicked it all. So I'm coming back up to where that mark is, taking that 0 stitch, turn around, go across, take that 0 stitch, and this is where I was saying I back stitch 1 stitch. To get past that hardware, I'll go 2 stitches just to get past that hardware, and then I will continue sewing down. Now again, you can use a humper jumper there. I don't have a humper jumper. I probably would have been okay because there is enough room. My foot was okay to be there, but just to be safe than sorry. And that's how it looks when it's all stitched on. So I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to sew the other one on. Now, before I do that, there is an option to add some rivets. Now, you can add your rivets to your bag now, or you can wait and add them after so that you go through the lining. I'm going to do that. However, if you do not have rivets, you can use Chicago screws after as well. If you don't have Chicago screws, you can just backstitch over this stitching that you did at the top of the bag, at the top of the strap here under your hardware, You can backstitch on top of that. You can also do a box and sew an X inside the box at the top here too, which will add some extra security to your strap. So I'm going to go sew this second one. I'll add the hardware to it, and then we will come back and we will attach our grab handle. All right, so both those straps are now attached. I'm just going to show you. That's how it looks when they're attached. And again, I didn't go through the middle bar of my slider. I went through the bottom bar of the slider. So the middle bar is here. You can see it here. The bottom bar here is what I went through, not the middle. So now we need to attach our grab handle. And you have this as an option. You don't have to do this, but you can fold your grab handle to have it so that it is folded. And I'm going to do that. Originally I wasn't going to, but I've decided I will. And I've got lines on my webbing, so I can just match up the lines as well. But there is a mark from the short edge that you need to make on the grab handle. So from the short edge in towards the center. And you're going to make those marks, and those marks are the start and stop points for where you're going to start and stop sewing your grab handle. And you're just going to sew between those marks. And I'm going to take my time doing this so that I can keep the folded edge folded together. Or not the folded edge, these raw edges folded together. Now again, this is optional. You don't need to do this. You could just have a flat grab handle if you want. I do like how it looks when it is folded. It's kind of neat. Makes it so that it's smaller as well. Now we're going to attach the grab handle to our back of the bag, and you're going to attach it, kind of got a little mess here. You're going to attach it so it's right beside your straps here, and you're going to line up the bottom edge of your grab handle with that mark that's made or where your stitching is. So the bottom of the straps and the bottom of the grab handle all line up just like this. It's a little bit hard for me to hold everything, but just like that, you see that it all lines up right across. So we're going to stitch that down. You're just basting it in place. So lining up the bottom edge of the grab handle with that mark, which also happens to be where that stitching is. Baste it in place, trim any threads. And that's how it looks when it's basted in place. And see how they line up here? So everything lines up at the bottom with your straps and your grab handle. So I like how that looks when it's folded. And again, you don't have to do that. So now we need to add our padded straps. And to do that, you're going to make some marks. So the first mark you're going to make is from the top edge down, and you'll make that mark. So from your top edge down, flip your webbing out of the way here, your grab handle. From the top edge down, you'll make a mark. You also want to mark the center of this line, and I've done that. So here's my line here, and I've marked the center of it. Now what you need to do is take your padded strap, and for this padded strap, you want to make sure that your webbing is on the underside. So your webbing is against your table. You're looking at the wrong side of your strap at this moment. So what you're going to do is you're going to take the raw edge of your strap and you're going to place it on that line that you drew originally. So it's going to line up with the same line here that your webbing and your strap match are sewn on. And this line that you just drew from the top down, you're going to take your padded strap and pivot it so it goes at a 30-degree angle. And you're going to have the other corner of your padded strap touch that line and the center. So it'll look just like that. So again, place it at this bottom line here where your stitching is. Pivot your strap so that the raw ends touch that middle line. And I'm going to stitch this in place so you can get a better idea of how it looks, because it's a little bit hard to explain. But here's my padded strap. Here's that stitching. I line up my padded strap with that stitching, so everything is lined up right now at the bottom. And then I pivot my strap and I bring it so that this corner here, raw edge, lines up with that center mark I made, just like that. So it's at a 30-degree angle. Once you have that like that, you can take your padded strap to your machine and you can stitch it using the measurements given in the pattern. And remember, the straps are on top of your grab handle and your webbing is against your table. So you're looking at the wrong side of your strap right now. So make sure that grab handle is under your padded strap and that you're looking at the wrong side of your strap, your padded strap. So I'm going to take this to my machine and I'm just going to line it all up. And it might be easier for you to look at the center and get your padded strap lined up in the corner on the center mark and then bring it down. If that's easier, you can do that as well. Hopefully I'm not confusing you, but once you see it, it'll make way more sense. So I'm going to stitch this in place. And don't forget to backstitch at start and stop. Kind of went a little wonky. Thank goodness we're covering this up. Oh. Went a little wonky there, but that's okay. We're covering it up. And I back stitched on that, but you see how it looks here? So here's my line right there. So I'm going to hold it like this. So there's the line, and see how the bottom of the strap here on the outside edge of the strap lines up with that line, and the top or the other edge of the strap lines up with my center line, and it's on an angle. And that's what you want. And that's so that when we have the straps on, they can fit you properly on your body. So just like that. And this will come down and you'll wear it and it'll just fit properly and it'll be comfortable that way. So you want to make sure that it's on right. So when we flip them down, now I'm looking at the right side of my strap. So again, you were sewing that, so you were looking at the wrong side of the strap. And you know the wrong side of the strap because remember we folded it over originally to cover over that stitching and that raw edge? That's the raw edge. So I'm just going to let you see how this looks one more time. So stitching here at the bottom, underneath, everything lines up there, and then I pivot my padded strap to bring it up to meet the center, and it's on an angle, a 30-degree angle. So again, my strap, line it up with that bottom line. I'm looking at the wrong side. My webbing is against the table up here. Line it up, pivot it, and both these corners now will touch, and it'll look like that. So it looks like you have a V right now with your straps. So see how it looks like there's a V? And it does overlap over some of your grab handle. So if you're overlapping the grab handle, don't panic, it's right. It's going to overlap that grab handle a bit because when we flip it down, your grab handle, right? So there you go. So again, line it up with this bottom edge, that bottom line, pivot it, and bring it up to the center. And these two centers should meet. They should touch in the center here, and you'll have a V just like that. So I'm going to stitch this one in place now. Oops. Something's going on with my thread here. Hitting everything. And I'm glad I checked because I almost sewed that upside down. Lining up my centers, making sure the one bottom raw edge is lined up with the stitching at the bottom there. And I do back stitch, and it is going a little wonky, and that's okay. It's going to be covered. And I'm not really trimming the back threads because, well, they're hidden inside the back of the bag. There's a thread somewhere here. There it is. But you can see the stitching so far on the back. It's not the prettiest, but nobody ever sees that. Oh, there it is. I see the thread that I couldn't find. So see how this looks? Your straps look like they are a V shape right now on your back panel. And again, these two center marks meet in the center like this. So see how it looks like a little triangle? If we draw straight across, it looks like there's a triangle right now. Just like that. Hopefully I didn't cause too much confusion. And again, make sure it's the wrong side of your straps facing up when you're sewing them down. Now we need to fit the zip safety cords. And these safety cords can only be used if your zippers that you're using have something that they can go into. So one of these kind of zips here, something similar to that. So grab your cords. If you don't have zippers like that, you don't need to use these cords. So what you're going to do is you're going to measure in from each side of the main panel, and then you're going to measure up from this line here. So you're measuring in, sorry, I read it wrong. I just had to reread just to make sure. So you're measuring in, and that mark we made for where our padded straps meet in the center here, that's the mark you're using. So in and at that mark. So I'm going to use my pencil again because I know it's a little bit hard to see. But that's that mark I made for my padded straps. So I'm going to be measuring in from that line, in from the side and at that line. And you're going to put it so that these are centered, the zip cords are centered at that mark. And they're going to be centered. So fold it and just pinch it, and it's going to be centered, and it's centered just like this. So they're up and down on your panel, just like that. So I'm going to stitch this one in place. Now again, if you're not using zips that have those rings in them or holes where the paracord can feed through, you're going to want to skip this whole step. And I'm just back stitching here, just a few times over it. There you go. That's how it looks when it's attached. I'll do the other side. Fold it in half. Find the center. Thread. Something's going on there. It keeps pulling long. There we go. So they're both attached to the back of the bag. That's how it looks. Again, your padded straps make a V. We have our cording attached. Now we need to remember when we're stitching things together that we have this cording here, and we don't want it getting caught in side seams. So you'll want to be very mindful of those and keep moving them out of the way. Now we're going to fit our back strip, and the back strip is this piece. Hang on, I just want to make sure. Where are we? Yes, your back strip. So your back strip is piece O. What you're going to do is you're going to make a mark down the center, all the way down, and then you're going to fold the long edges in to meet the center and press. Don't stick it just yet. So because I'm using this bonded nylon, I'm just going to fold it, and I'm going to crease it with my hands or fingers, and hopefully it'll crease. But if you're using, oh it did, if you're using quilting cotton, you can take this to your iron and give it a press. I could press this with a Teflon sheet, but there we go. For now, I'm doing that. Now we need to grab our foam stabilizer and we need to place it in the center, but you also have to have it in from the sides, and there is a measurement given for how far in it will be. And I'm just adding some double-sided tape so I can hold it in place. There we go. Now what we're going to do is fold these edges again back over so they meet in the center. And for some reason, mine's a bit wonky in the center here. So we'll fold the long edges over to meet in the center. So I'm going to use some double-sided tape to help hold it in place. And again, these can touch in the center because we're not folding this again. Now, we need to grab back our back panel here with everything attached, and we need to measure and mark a line that is down from the top edge of the main panel, and that is where we're going to place the back strip on top, lining the top edge with this line. So I need to go off camera, I need to make that mark, and then I will come back and we will continue on. So I've gone ahead and drawn that line from the top down, and that's for where we're going to place this back, I just want to make sure I call it right, the back strip. So now we need to add some double-sided tape to our back strip, and that's just to help hold it in place while we sew it. So I'm just going to place some double-sided tape on it. And you're going to place the top edge of your back strip with that mark you made. Now, you want to make sure your straps are facing up, and also your cords here need to be facing up as well. And if it's helpful, you can use a clip to clip them up. I'm going to use two. This will just help hold them up so that they don't go back down. You want everything up, so your cords and your straps as well as your grab handle. And that's not really working out. And you want to make sure that they're flat, so try to have them as flat as possible. There we go. Now we're going to take this back strip, you're going to line up these side raw edges with the side raw edges of your back and line up the top of your back strip with this mark that you made. Now I didn't make my mark all the way across because the handles and everything were in the way, so I just sort of have it so that I can see it on the sides and in the middle here. Making sure everything's nice and flat. And if anything is off, you can adjust now. Make sure it's all nice and flat, and that's how it looks when you have it down. I'm trying not to move it too much, but see how it covers those raw edges of the strap, the grab handle, and also it covers where we tacked down our paracord there. So now we need to top stitch this back strip using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So I just want to see. So there's 2 seam allowances that we're going to sew this with, so you'll want to pay attention to that. Just make sure everything stays flat underneath your needle. And when it comes to where the paracord is, I'm going to make sure, like it is on the other side, that they're side by side. There's one. Now I'm going to sew across the other way, or the other, not the other way, with the other seam allowance. So we're stitching across it 4 times in total, twice at the top and twice at the bottom. And remember, you can use a humper jumper here if you feel you need it to get over all that bulk that's at the top of the back strip here where your straps and your grab handle are, if you need to. Trim all your threads. And there we have it. That's how it looks when it's all stitched. I'm just trying to find when it's all stitched and you don't see any of the raw edges at all. We've covered them all up. Now I just have to get these chalk marks off because I don't want them. I'll have to do that after. I don't want them on my bag later when the bag is finished. So now we're just going to place this to the side because the next thing we need to do is grab out our strap anchors. So that is these, which we attached to our webbing, and we need to take these to our cutting mat and use our rotary cutter and our ruler, and we need to cut these on an angle. So you're going to cut it from this corner to this corner on an angle. So I'm going to go take these to my oh my goodness, my mat and my rotary cutter, and I'm going to go cut these. I could use my scissors, but I want them to be cut really straight. You can use your scissors if you want. You can draw a line going from one corner to the other. So you're going right across from one corner to the other. You can draw a line and cut on it, but I'm just going to use my ruler and rotary cutter. So I will be right back. So I've cut these on an angle, and because I've cut where we stitched, I'm just going to go and back stitch over them And I'm going to sew down that side that we've cut. So I'm back stitching over top of my previous stitches. That'll just lock them in. Trim your threads. I just don't want it to unravel once the bag is completely made. All right, so I've just backstitched over the previous stitches, sewed across this raw edge, and then backstitched over the other previous stitches on the other side. Now we need to take this and place our strap anchors on the bottom of the back of the bag. And I did have marks and they've wiped off. Oh no. So I'm going to have to pause the camera again, unless I can see them, which I can't. So I need to go make those marks again, and it's from the bottom up on each side of the panel. And I just want to see, maybe I can see what the measurements are, and then I can see. No. So there's marks that we need to make from the bottom up on the back panel. So from our bottom corners up on the back panel. So I'm going to go make those marks and come back and we will attach these strap anchors. All right, so I've remade those marks, and again, the marks are from the bottom up on our back panel. Now we need to place these strap anchors onto our bag, and to do this, what you're going to do is place the bottom corner of your strap anchor with that line you made from the bottom up. And you want the strap anchor, or the webbing, to be going up towards the top of the bag. So when you put them on, they will look like this. And I'll turn my bag so you can see it. So they look like this. So they'll crisscross over each other, but they're pointing up towards the top of my bag. So that's what you want. You'll know you'll have it correct if they look like that. Now, there is a measurement to make from the bottom up, as I did when I stopped the camera. But there's also another measurement to know if you're accurate that goes from the bottom up to where the top of this anchor here will hit when it's sewn on. So you'll know you have these placed accurately if it hits that. So I'm going to pin these in place. So the bottom corner of the strap anchor with that line that I made. I'm going to pin them both, and again, you want them to be pinned so that they point up towards the top of my bag, or your bag. There we have it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to baste these in place on the sides here. And I'm stitching directly on top of those stitches that I made when I sewed that raw edge closed. I'm stitching directly on top of those stitches. There's a lot on this back of this bag, so I'll get it and I'll show you. I'll hold everything. So that's how they look when they're stitched on. So your straps go up towards the top of the bag, your webbing. I've got a lot of lines to erase when my bag is done. I'm going to need to use water to do that. So now I'm just going to place this off to the side. I'm going to leave these clipped up here for now, just so that they stay out of the way when I go to make the bag. I'm just going to pin them over. They'll stay out of the way. And now I'm going to put this off to the side. We will need that back in a bit. But now we need to grab our luggage sleeve. So I just want to make sure. So we need to grab our luggage sleeve. Make sure I've got the right one. So that's piece N. So you're going to place the bottom and top edges of the luggage sleeve right sides together. And I didn't mark the top and bottom of this one. Uh-oh. So that's the width. So we need to take it and place it so that they go right sides together. And we're going to pin it along those raw edges. And this is why it's important to mark the top on all. I didn't realize I didn't mark it on this one. So pin that those raw edges together at the top here. And then we're going to sew this using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And if you're ever unsure of what the seam allowance is because it doesn't mention it at every step, at the beginning where we start constructing this step of the bag, it does tell you up there, and you can just scroll up and look up there. So make sure you're using a stitch length you like to use when you're constructing your bag. I feel like my foot pedal is escaping me. There we go. Now we're going to turn this right sides out, but first I need to press my seam open. Now, if you're using a quilting cotton, you can take this to your iron and press it. I'm not, so I'm going to finger press it open. There we go. Now we're turning it right sides out. And you know what I'm going to do, because I'm using a material that I can't press, I'm going to use some double-sided tape to help hold that seam down after I've pressed it. You don't have to do this, but I'm going to. It just helps press it and hold it in place. One side pressed, and the double-sided tape will just help hold it pressed open. It's just when I turned it, it was kind of going to one side and the other was going to the other side. So this seam will be at the center back of our luggage sleeve. So you don't want it at the top, you want it in the center back, just like that. Now we need to slip our foam in. And as you saw, I just reached in and pulled it from the other side, but I just pulled it a little too far. You want to make sure it's centered. Just trying to get it centered. Now, if you're finding that your foam piece is just a little bit too big, you can always pull this out and trim that smidge off it. But as you can see, mine's kind of bowing a bit. That's just because it's got to be pressed down. And you want to make sure again that it's centered because we don't want this in the side seams. There we go. Now we need to top stitch these edges using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So what I'm going to do, for now, is I'm going to, I've lost my roll of double-sided tape. When I pause again later, I will pick it up. It fell on the floor between my table and the wall here, as well as a clip. So now we need to stitch these edges, and there's 2 rows of stitching that we need to do. So you'll stitch it using those seam allowances. I'm trimming my threads. Speaking of thread, my top thread is about to run out, so I'm going to just quickly change it. Hopefully my bobbin thread is still good. There we have it. I have done, so that's 4 rows of stitching in total. And I'll show you how it looks. So that's how it looks when you've stitched it. Now what we need to do is we need to take the exterior back panel again and place the luggage sleeve on top. So we're going to move our straps out of the way and our webbing out of the way. And we need to place the luggage sleeve at a measurement up from the bottom. So I need to go and measure again. And you want it so that it's butting up against the strap anchors but not overlapping them. Oh, okay. So I've already got that mark made. And then we're basting the sides only. I can just see that mark. They erased pretty easily, but of course when I want them to erase, they don't. Like up here. So you're lining up the side edges. pin it in place, and then we will baste those side edges. Again, just make sure that you're not stitching through any of your straps at all. You're only stitching through the back panel and your luggage sleeve. Trim all threads. I'm just returning my stitch length back to the length I used for stitching a bag together. And that's how it's going to look with your luggage sleeve attached. You've got your straps here, which everything will connect to each other after. So I'm just going to place this off to the side. I'm going to pause the camera for a moment just so I can pick up the clip and my double-sided tape, because I know I will need that double-sided tape. And then when we come back, or when I come back, we will make our side panels. So now we need to move on to making our side panels. So for this, we need our exterior side panel B. So both of those. Exterior bottle pocket and our lining bottle pockets, which are right here. One lining side panel and our elastic. So here are all the pieces. So I'm just going to put this to the side because we need to start with our bottle pocket, or sorry, our lining panel, our lining side, and our elastic. Now, there is a measurement that you need to make from the bottom up. So you'll want to refer to the pattern for what that measurement is. And that is where we will place our elastic. Now, the elastic will rise up a bit. It'll give a bump. And that's what you want. So pin it so that the bottom edge of the elastic lines up with that mark you made. And you're pinning the sides so the sides are flush. And I'll show you what I mean by the elastic lifts up and it has kind of a bump or puffs up. So see how it puffs up? That's what you want so that it will fit your water bottle later. So we're going to baste this in place. Trim all your threads. And then put that to the side. Now we need to create our exterior bottle pockets. So you're going to place one exterior and one lining bottle pocket piece right sides together. Now this is important to make sure you have it marked with the T so you know where the tops and the bottoms are. So you're placing the exterior right sides up, then you're placing the lining right sides down so pretty sides are touching, and you're clipping it together. And it does say in the pattern that these are taller than they are wider. So we're clipping that top edge. And then we're going to sew the top edge. And you're using the seam allowance given in the pattern for this. Now we need to press this seam open, and again, I've used this bonded nylon, so I'm going to press it with my finger. And then we're going to turn it so that it is right sides out, so you're basically folding the fabric so they are wrong sides together. clip it around. And up here, because I can't press my fabrics, where this seam is, I'm just going to use my turning tool to push that seam so that I get it flat. Just like that. Now I'm going to come on this side and make sure that everything looks good. There we go. Now we're going to top stitch the sides, or the top edge, sorry, and then baste the sides. So we're going to top stitch that top edge. And then we're going to baste the sides and bottom together. Oops. Why is this not working for me? There we go. My thread came out of my needle. And you'll notice I basted the sides one side, then I basted the other side. That's just to prevent any shifting. I didn't want my fabrics to shift by just sewing down one side across the bottom and back up the other side. Sometimes I get shifting of the fabric, so when you sew one side at a time, this prevents that shifting of the fabric. I'm just trimming all my threads. And that's how that pocket looks. So I'm not going to stitch the other one just yet because I want to show you how to attach this one to your bag, and then I'll go off camera and I'll sew the second one and attach the second one to my bag. So we're going to grab our lining side panel, and you need to make sure that it is right sides up. You're going to take your pocket that you just made and you're going to place it on top so that it is right sides up. So the lining is touching the exterior side panel. So you want to line up one side edge and the bottom edge. So lining up, doesn't matter what side edge you start with, it all ends up with the same result. I'm just going to pin the bottom so that it holds it in place. So you're going to line up that one side edge and you're going to baste the side only. So you're basting the one side in place. And I'm just stitching right on top of my stitches that I made when I basted the sides together. Now we need to match the other side. So I'm just flipping it around and your pocket will puff up. It will not be flat right now. Don't panic. So match up the side. So I always match up that bottom corner just to make sure everything's lined up. Then I match up the top corner. Then I pin the rest of the way. Just like that. And now, because we have this pocket that's puffed up like this, so you should have it looking like this, you need to push the bottom of the pocket down, making pleats, making sure the folds are even on both sides. So what I'm going to do is first trim this thread I'm seeing here. Oh, it was already trimmed. What I'm going to do is find the center of my pocket. And then we're going to pleat it. And I think just like that. And you want everything to line up just like that. So when you're creating the pleat, you're pushing the pocket down. I know it's hard to see, but you're pushing the pocket so that it goes down like that. And I want my pleats to sort of be closer, but I want it to be even on both sides, and that's why it's important that I had that center mark. So if you look, what you're doing is you're taking your fabric and you're just folding it back onto itself on both sides while trying to keep it even. There we go. Don't worry too much about the top. Your top doesn't need to be pleated, but that does. So again, you're taking the fabric, so here it is, and you're just pushing it down, tucking it under. So I take it from the right side here, or left, and I'm tucking it under, and then I'm pushing that down, just like that. Now we're going to baste this down. And I started with my needle down so that that pleat wouldn't shift on me. And see how that looks? Just like that. So you have one pocket. I'm going to grab my bottle here. And it fits my bottle perfectly. And it even probably fits my coffee cup, which is great. Especially when you're traveling. If you're using this for traveling, you probably have a couple of bottles with you. You probably have a water bottle with you and maybe a coffee cup. So that's perfect because there'll be one on each side of the bag and one inside the bag. So I'm going to go make my second pocket and attach it to my second side panel, and then when I come back we will continue with constructing the lining front panel of our bag. So I just wanted to give you a little tip or give you some information on what I did for the bottom of the pocket, I guess you could say. So you know how we pressed it so they pleat here? I wanted my pleats to be the same on each side panel. So what I did when I was pleating it was I placed the one that was already completed down on my table, and I placed the second one that I was working on in front of it like this. So they lined up in the centers, and then I pressed my pleat so that they were the same on each side. And it was a little bit fiddly to do, but if you look, my pleats are the exact same on each side. So each side panel, and I mean, I know it's not super important because they're going to be on the sides of the bag. You're not going to be holding them together like this. It's not like we're sewing this together and it's all going to line up. It's just me. I just really wanted them to be the exact same so it looked the exact same on both sides of the bag. So that's just a little tip I wanted to share with you just in case you wanted to sew yours the same way. So now we need to continue with our front lining, and for this we need our zipper tape. So I'm going to grab it. And this is your lining zipper tape. Look at how small this bag is getting. We're getting down to the last items. We need our lining main panel. So one of our lining main panel A pieces. We need our lining zip tab C, so that's this piece here. 2 lining zip binding S pieces. So I just want to make sure I'm grabbing the right pieces. So that's this. And then our mesh pocket, so this piece. And I think I'm grabbing the right lining main panel. Hang on, I made marks here already, so I just want to make sure that I'm using the correct lining for my bag, because there's marks that we need to make on our lining main panel, but I don't want to use the wrong one because I can see I have marks here, so I just want to see if this is lining main panel A. Sorry, bear with me for a moment. Okay, well, we're just going to go ahead and use this one. I don't know, I think the marks are going to be for the next steps. Oh no, I do think that this is the right one. Hang on a second. Yeah, I think this is for the right one. Okay, so I think the marks are for this one. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about all the confusion. So first we're going to start with our zip tabs piece. So I'm just going to move this all over here. And you need to take your zipper tab and you need to measure it and cut it so it measures equal pieces. So 4 equal pieces. So you're going to fold it in half, wrong sides together, then fold it in half again. You can create a crease. You can take this to your cutting mat and you can cut it at your cutting mat. I'm just going to cut it right here with my scissors. You can use your rotary cutter and ruler to cut it. You want 4 equal pieces. There we go. Now we need to take our zipper tape, and I need to attach my pull. One other item out of my hardware bag. So we're going to put our zipper pull onto our zipper tape if you haven't already done that. And you want the zipper pull to be centered into your zipper so that you don't hit it when you're stitching. Now what we need to do is, with the zipper right sides up, place a zipper tab right sides together with each end of the zipper. So we're going to place the zipper right sides up. Your zipper tab is going to go right sides down, so it's the pretty side against the right side of the zipper. And you're going to line up the short raw edges. Clip it in place. Repeat that for the second side. And then it says to repeat for the wrong side of the zipper. So again, your zipper tab. Now, a little tip, I'm going to baste this in place just so that this doesn't shift while we're adding the second zipper tab. You don't have to do this. I'm just doing this just as some extra security to make sure that nothing shifts on me. Trim my threads. So that just holds those there for me to the right side of the zipper tape so that I don't have to worry about anything shifting on me. So I've just basted it in place. Now we're going to flip it over so we're looking at the wrong side of the zipper tape, and we're going to take one of our zipper tabs and we're going to place it right sides against the wrong side of the zipper tape, again lining up those short edges. Repeat that for the second side, lining up those short edges. And then we're going to sew this using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And you're sewing through all those layers. And I can't back stitch because I went too far, so I just turn it around and I back stitch that way. Trim your threads. Now we need to press the zip tabs away from the zipper. So what I do is I just finger press it. And I did add a clip at the bottom here just to keep it even. Make sure it all lines up. You can take this to your iron if you want. This is just one less for me getting up and down. So we've pressed it away. Now we're going to top stitch that seam, and then we're going to baste the zip tab sides all the way around together. So the 3 sides. So top stitch your seam. There's one. All right, and there's 2. Just trimming all my threads. Oops. And dropping my scissors. There we go. All right. And I gave it a little haircut too, because sometimes I find the material frays a little bit, so I just gave it a little haircut too. So that's how it looks when you have your zipper tabs all attached. So now what we need to do is just put that to the side. Now we need to grab one of our lining binding pieces. So that's your piece S. And we need to fold the lining zip binding piece so that it is wrong sides together. So you have a piece that's like this. I'm trying to open it back up. And I already did this prior to filming. But so you open it up, you're going to have a piece like this, and you're going to press those long raw edges together. So you'll have 2 that look like this. Now what we need to do is take the mesh pocket, and this is very important what I'm about to show you, because you want it to be on the bag the correct way. So the stretch goes width, not from top to bottom. So if you pull on your mesh and it doesn't stretch that way, turn it and pull it, and it should stretch, and you want it to stretch the width of the bag. Now I did just do that and it kind of caused it to wrinkle up. I'm just trying to flatten it out again. There we go. So now what we need to do is we need to take one of our binding pieces and place it on the top edge of the mesh. And again, make sure your stretch is going widthwise, not top to bottom. So line up those top corners. Now when I stitch this, I'm going to stitch it so that the binding is against the bed of my machine, just so that the mesh doesn't get caught in the feed dogs. But it's like that. The top edge of the mesh lines up with the top edge of the binding. And we're going to sew this together. Keep making sure as you're sewing that your mesh stays lined up with the top of the binding. Trim your threads. Be careful not to cut your mesh. Now what we need to do is bring the binding up away from the mesh pocket and fold it so it comes over the top edge, covering the stitching on the other side. So you're going to fold it over and cover the stitching on the other side. Now you may want to take this to your iron so that you can press it with your iron to press it over, but you're bringing it up, you're pressing the binding up away from the mesh pocket and wrapping it over. So here's the mesh right now, how it was sewn. I'm bringing it up and over that top edge. So press it up, I'll turn it around, and then see how it's pressed up, and then I'm going to fold it over just like that. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to press it with my iron because it'll be easier if it's pressed with the iron, and then I'll come back and we will continue on. All right, so I've pressed that, and I've also used clips to help hold it in place. If you want, you can use some double-sided tape to help hold it down. Now we're going to top stitch that edge. Just got to move that out of the way. And you're top stitching the bottom edge, so the edge that went down over, not at the top of the binding. And take your time here so you get it nice and straight. And make sure everything is nice and neat and even. And try not to pull on your mesh. You don't want to do what I kind of just did there, which was pull it out and it kind of tore. So I had to use my scissors to tuck it back in. You can just use your awl or whatever you have. So trim your threads. And that's what it looks like when you've got it attached. Now what we need to do is attach this to our zipper tape. So to do that, we're going to, and I just got to find this. Oh, first we're going to sew it, the remaining binding, to our zipper tape first before we sew this to our mesh pocket. So again, same thing. Zipper is placed right sides up. You're going to place, or sorry, wrong sides up. We want to start with the wrong side of the zipper. You're going to place the binding and line up those raw edges at the top. So we're pinning it in place, and then we will sew this with the seam allowance given in the pattern, and then I'll go back and I'll press this again with my iron to fold it over. So stitch it in place. Now when you come up to where your zipper pull is, lift your presser foot up with your needle down and zip your zipper out of the way. The other thing I like to do before I fold over my binding is I press it what I've sewn. So I'm just trimming and I'll show you what I mean. I'm just giving this a little haircut because it frayed a little bit. So what I mean is I take this and I'll press this to help flatten it and get it all nice So then I'll take it and I'll push it and press it over to the other side. So I'm going to go back to my iron. I'm going to do that, and then we'll come back and we will attach this to the mesh pocket. So I've gotten that pressed and I've used some clips to hold it in place. Again, you can use some double-sided tape there if you want. So now we're going to do the same thing we did with the mesh binding. After it's been folded over, we're going to stitch it in place along that bottom edge. So right now I'm closer to the zipper teeth where I'm stitching. And I'm just going to slide my zipper pull out of the way, and my binding is kind of shifting on me, which I don't want. Maybe I should have used some double-sided tape. Let's see. Oh, it looks good. Sometimes it gets a bit messy on me, this part, but it looks good. I'm actually pleasantly shocked. So that's how it looks when we've got the binding attached to the zipper. And I just need to see what's the right and wrong side of this. Guess it's not a bad thing if you can't tell. And this, I'm just going to give this a quick press just to help flatten it out, because it's kind of twisted. And like I do with my straps, if you've watched any of my other tutorials, I always press my strap, and that helps remove the twisting and gets them nice and flat. You can even use a spritz of water if you want, but I just press it. And the nice thing about this mesh is the heat of my iron doesn't cause it to melt. Shoe fell off, so now I got to get my shoe back on. All right, are you like me? Do you sew with shoes on too? They're more of my slippers that I wear in the house. So there's that. Now what we need to do is we need to put these two together. So what we're going to do is we're going to place the zipper. Did I skip a step? I think I skipped a step on you. I skipped a step on you, and I went ahead and I did my binding. I'm so sorry, I skipped a step. I put the binding on, but it's okay because in the end this all works out the same. So I'm sorry that I did that, but in the end it all works out the same. So now we should have, I was right, I wasn't skipping ahead. Now what we need to do is attach the zipper, and you would have done this before you put the binding on the top of the zipper. You would have done this first, but it's okay. We end up with the same completed piece here, even though I've added the binding now. I thought I scrolled too far, but I really didn't. I got myself all confused, but again, it all ends up looking the same, so it's okay. We're not going to worry. Now we're just going to attach our mesh pocket to our zipper. This is what you would have done before you've attached the binding. So I've put some double-sided tape on my zipper, and I'm placing the mesh with the binding on the pocket. And I'm just trying to get it all even. Now the nice thing, because I already have this binding up here on the zipper, I can evenly place this all so it's all the same distance between the binding and the zipper teeth. So I can move this so it's the same amount between the binding and the zipper teeth. So that's kind of a bonus. So see, it'll look like that. That's kind of a nice bonus. I have the same amount of space between my binding and my zipper teeth on both sides. So now I'm going to stitch that binding down. And now I'm stitching on the top near the zipper teeth for this side. And I did slide my zipper pull out of the way. Again, we end up with the same results, even though I'm doing this a little bit backwards. So you would have attached your mesh pocket to your zipper, and then once you had it attached to your zipper, you then would have added the binding to the top of the zipper, so you would have a piece that looks like this when it's done. Again, I'm very sorry I did that and I jumped ahead. But again, we do end up with the pocket turning out the same, even though we did that. So now what we need to do is take our lining piece and we're going to place it right sides up. So I just want to make sure this is my top. We're going to line up the bottom edge of our mesh with the bottom edge of our lining, and I'm just going to pin it in the corner. So pin your corners or clip your corners. Then I'm going to clip along the bottom edge. Just like that. So I've got it all clipped along the bottom edge. Now we need to clip it up the side. And there is a mark on the main panel for how far down the top of your mesh pocket should be. So you'll want to make sure that it lines up with that line. And you know what? Because we have to stitch this down all the way across, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go off camera. I'm going to draw that line all the way across because I only drew it on the edges here, but I'll draw it all the way across so that I can make sure it stays lined up when we sew it. But what I'll also do is use double-sided tape on the back side here and pin it down. So I'm just going to go use my ruler, draw that line across, and then I'll come back. All right, that line is drawn straight across, so now I know where I need to pin this down. And again, it's a mark that you make from the top down on the lining main panel. All right. So now what I'm going to do is place this at that line. So the top edge of the pocket here, so where the binding is, will be at that mark. All right, and then we're going to pin the sides. So get it all pinned. Thread here that I want to trim. And once I'm done this, I will take this to my iron and I will use my iron to remove the mark that I made. All right, so now what we need to do, my double-sided tape is not holding. I probably didn't press it down enough. So now what we need to do is sew the top edge here and then the sides and bottom of our mesh pocket. So I'm going to sew the top right across that top edge. And if you have a dangly zipper, just be careful you don't hit it. Now I'm going to turn and sew down the side, making sure that you catch the mesh in this stitching. And then I'm going to turn and sew down the other side. Feels a little bit wonky for me doing it this way, but again, make sure you're catching the mesh in this stitching. Now I'm going to sew across the bottom. Trimming all my threads. Now I'm just going to take this to my iron and I'm going to give it a press, but as you can see, your pocket is all attached. You've stitched across the top here and you have a mesh pocket with a thread stuck inside, but you have a mesh pocket now. And the stretch of the mesh pocket goes widthwise. So I'm just going to take this to my iron and press that mark away so it's not seen later. And then when we come back, we will do our lining, back panel, and base. So now we're going to construct that lining, back panel, and base. We need our one lining main panel that is remaining. We need our large slip pocket Q piece. We need our small slip pocket R piece, our exterior base K, lining base K, and our foam, as well as our bag feet, which are optional. So I'm just going to move this all out of the way. We are going to start with the small slip pocket, and that is piece R. So we need to fold this in half, right sides together. Now there is a measurement given in the pattern that tells you how big this is going to be when you have it folded. So you can just double check if you want. Let's see. And yes. So now we're going to sew that long raw edge that we just pinned using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And don't forget to return your stitch length back to the length you used for stitching your bag together. I know sometimes I forget to do that, so a reminder is always nice. We'll trim our threads. And then we will turn this right sides out. Oh, you know what I should have done? We're going to turn that back. I'm going to press that seam open. I don't want to take this to my iron because I've already made some marks on this piece for steps later, so I don't want to take this to my iron and press it. So I'm trying to avoid that. However, if I have to, I will, and I'll just redraw the lines. And it's funny because I can see them here and they line up nicely. There we go. So now what we need to do is just give this a press. And because I pressed that seam open, makes it easier to finger press this. So now what we're going to do is top stitch the folded edge. So not the edge where that seam is that we stitched together. You're top stitching the folded edge. And because you haven't made any marks on yours yet, or maybe you have, but if you haven't made those marks like I've made, you can go ahead and take this to your iron and press it. You don't have to do what I did. I just didn't want to erase the marks that I have on here because I will need those later, and just so I don't have to stop the camera again. So now we're just going to put that, oh no, we're not doing that yet. Put that to the side. Now we need to take the large slip pocket piece here, and we need to fold it so that it is wrong sides together, and there is a measurement again given for what this is going to look like, and you're going to top stitch across the top edge, so just like we did on the previous one. So there you have it. Now we need to place the small slip pocket onto this large pocket piece. And there's a measurement from the bottom up, and I've already made that measurement, for where we're going to place this small slip pocket. So we're just going to line up the side edges, and you're lining up the bottom of the small slip pocket with that mark you made. So now what we're going to do is we're going to stitch the bottom and sides of this slip pocket. So I'm going to start with the bottom just so that nothing shifts on me. And it stays lined up with this bottom edge. And then I'll stitch up the side. There we go. That's how it looks so far. Now what we need to do is mark a line down the center, and then from the center over, you're going to make another mark. So from the left and the right, so going from the center mark to the left, center mark to the right, make a mark. Then from those lines, you'll go again to the left and to the right and create, make more marks. So you'll have 4 of those bigger pockets and 2 smaller ones. And once you have that, I just want to make sure you'll sew up each of those lines. And you're creating 4 card pockets and 2 small pen pockets. And don't forget to backstitch at start and stop. Those areas take a lot of stress, especially at the top of the pockets. And I'm not going to be concerned about cutting the threads in the back here. Or no, I will actually, because you will see this. Not really see it, but you'll still know it's there because this is a slip pocket. So I'm just trimming all my threads. hard to see the thread once it's against my bigger slip pocket here. So that's how that looks. So I'll just show you. You have a pen pocket here. Then you have a card slot, card slot, card slot, card slot, pen pocket. Very handy. Now we need to place the large slip pocket onto the lining made panel. So there's the top. So your lining main panel is right sides up, and you're placing this onto the bottom edge. Just want to make sure. Lining it up with the bottom edge. So I'm just going to line up my edges. I'll pin it in place. Shifted, so my bottom is no longer lined up. So that's why you got to take your time and get everything all lined up. I think what I'll do is I'll place a clip so that nothing shifts for me while I'm clipping. There we go. I'm just adding some clips to the side. There we go. So I've lined up the bottom edges and the sides. Now what we need to do is lift up the top layer. So I'm just going to pin this. Lift up the top layer, and then as we did with our exterior panels, where we did that front pocket, we're going to trim back a layer of the slip pocket in these corners. So what we're going to do is there's a mark that you need to make in the corners to make a triangle. We're going to sew that triangle at the bottom corners, and then we're going to trim those away. So sew those triangles. So there is a measurement given in the pattern for how big those triangles need to be. So you've just got one layer lifted up, and you're only trimming the lining pocket piece, not the lining main panel, just the pocket piece. So you can see my lining panel is still there. I didn't trim the lining panel away. You don't want to trim your lining panel. So see, my lining panel is still there. I've just trimmed those corners from the pocket. Now we're going to baste this pocket to the lining main panel on all edges. So sew down the one side. Down the other side. And I flip over. It's a bit awkward for me to go the other way, so that's why I flip it. So I'm sewing on the wrong side. We'll trim all our threads. There we go. All right, so now we have it basted on the sides and the bottom. Now we're going to line up the entire thing in the center. So up the center to divide this into two pockets. And don't forget to back stitch at the top really well here. So there you have it. We've now divided our pocket in the center, so we have two slip pockets. We're going to put that to the side for now, and we're going to grab the exterior base and our foam stabilizer. Now you'll notice there's some marks on here. We'll get to that in a moment, but we're going to baste the foam stabilizer to our exterior panel. And to do that, you can do a couple of things. You can use some double-sided tape to hold it in place while you baste. You can use clips. You can use some basting spray, whatever you want. I'm just going to use some clips, and I have all my center marks marked, so I'm first going to line up all those center marks so that everything's lined up nicely. And then I'll go back and clip everywhere else. There we go. All right, so now I'm going to baste this in place, and you can use a long stitch length to baste in place. If you have a hard time going around these curves, I'll show you a little trick. When I get to this curve. So I'm at the curve now, and I know you just watched me go around it pretty fast, but if you are sort of still not super confident in sewing curves, the way to do this is take one stitch, make sure your needle's down, lift your presser foot up, pivot your fabric a bit, take one stitch, needle down, presser foot up, pivot the fabric, one stitch again, needle down, presser foot up, pivot the fabric, presser foot back down, take one stitch. So needle down, presser foot up, one stitch, presser foot back down, take that one stitch. And you can do that all the way until you're done going all the way around that curve. And you can do that anywhere you have a curve, anywhere, including where your stitching is going to be seen. It just helps really make sure that that curve is really nice and even. So I've basted this to my foam, so it's all basted, the foam's attached. Now what we need to do is there's some measurements, that we need to make on our foam for where we're adding our purse feet. Now, if you're not adding purse feet, skip these steps and go right to the next thing. But if you are adding purse feet, there's a mark from the long edge up that you need to make, and a mark from the short edge over that you also need to make. And you'll see I've got those marks already made. I'm trying to find where you can see it on the camera. You can see it there. So once you have those lines made, you can then grab your purse feet, and you'll want to follow your manufacturer's instructions for adding your purse feet. Many purse feet are different, so it really just depends on the manufacturer. But I'll show you how I do this one, then I'll go off and I will attach the others. So I need a washer. So I'm going to grab the washer and I'm going to place it at that mark. And I just want to see, so it's fitted inside the lines. So that's good to know because sometimes designers have you go on the center, sometimes designers have you go above the line, but this is inside the line. So I have the mark here and I'm putting this inside the line just like that. I know it's hard to see. I'm going to try and hold it. So you see the line just like that. So I'm going to make the mark inside the line. I'm just grabbing some fray stop. Then I'll use my seam ripper to carefully cut a hole. Now I wanted to show a trick which I know I've shown before, but I want to make sure my seam ripper doesn't slip and make a rip all the way up. So you see where this line is that I drew here, and I'm just trying to see if you can see in the camera. So see the top of this line that I marked here where I'll show you with my pen. The top of the line is right there where my pen is. I'm going to insert my needle or my pin at the top of that line. Then I'm going to go through all the layers and I'm going to come back out at the top of the other line that I drew, and that's where the prongs are. So the needle is where the tip of the prongs are, where those marks stopped. And when I'm ripping with my seam ripper, that needle is acting as a guard, or that pin is acting as a guard, so I can't rip it any further than where that pin is. So see, I'm pushing and my needle is stopping. And I've mentioned this in other tutorials, but I really wanted to mention it in this one, just in case you haven't seen those other tutorials. Now I'm going to use fray stop here, just a little bit. Ooh, it leaked everywhere. I need a napkin. Hopefully that dries and doesn't show up. Should dry clear. So then I have that. Then I'm going to take my presser foot, or not my presser foot, my purse foot, pry open the prongs. I'm going to push it through. Then what I do is take the washer, place it over, and then you can fold your prongs out or in. I like to fold them in, so I use my pliers to fold them in. And then what I do is I place a piece of duct tape over it, and that'll just help protect the prongs. But what I want to do is I just want to do a little bit of stitching. I like to do stitchings on the bottom of the bag, so I'm going to pause the camera and just do a bit of stitching that I like to add to the bottom of my bag. And then I'll come back and all my purse feet will be attached and I'll show you how it looks. All right, so I've got all my bag feet attached, and again, you only have to do this if you're using bag feet, and I wasn't originally going to, but then I changed my mind because I thought for the tutorial it'd be great to show how it looks with some purse feet. Now if you want, you can add a purse foot in the middle here if you want, because you're worried about your bag sagging, but I didn't. And when I said I did quilting, this is not part of the pattern. I just like to add that little bit of quilting just for some extra design feature when you look at the bottom of the bag. Now we need to place the lining on top of the foam so that the lining is right sides together, or right sides up, so the wrong side is against the foam. We're going to line up those quarter marks just like we did previously. And this quilting that I did, it doesn't affect the size of my pattern pieces. I've done this many times before. However, if you want to do this and you're worried about it affecting the size of your pattern pieces, you can go ahead and cut them out, or cut out a piece, do the quilting. So you would trace the pattern piece, do your quilting, and then cut out the real pattern piece after. So what you would do is cut out the piece, you can trace where the pattern piece would be, do some quilting, then go back, take your pattern piece, put it back on top, and draw it back out again, and that way there you'll make sure it stays accurate to the size you want. Usually I cut it about an inch bigger than the pattern piece on all sides just to account for any shrinkage, but with this little design here, I don't run into that problem. All right, and now we're going to baste this in place. So you're looking at the right sides of the fabric once this is all basted. And remember what I said about these curves. If you need to, you can do one stitch at a time. And you may be wondering why I press my purse feet so that they go in. It's so that it hugs the fabric. I have had purse feet somehow come out. Oh, I want to make sure I've already went there. Yes. I have had purse feet slip out when I've had them pressed open. So when they're pressed open, it slid out. So now when I wrap them so that it hugs around the fabric, so it goes like this around the fabric, they tend to stay on better and I haven't had any issues. But you can put your purse feet on however you want and however your manufacturer instructs you to. You may have the ones that screw on, which are really handy. I've had those. I like them. They're really handy. I still add a bit of glue into where the screw goes so that the screw can't come out and you can't lose your purse foot. So there it is. It's all attached. And I love how this quilting looks. It's kind of like a starburst effect. If you've looked at many of my other bags or seen me do any other tutorials, you may have seen me do this before. I just really like it. I think it looks really cool. And thankfully, where that fray stop got, it's kind of drying, so you can't really see it. We're going to put that to the side. Now we're going to move on to our back panel assembly. So we need 2 of our zipper tapes. And look at this. All that's left in here is a magnetic snap and some binding. We're getting closer and closer to the finish line. So there's our zipper tapes with our zipper pulls on it. We need our 2 exterior zip tab C pieces. We need our 1 exterior side panel B piece. And I'm just trying to find that. And that'll be 1 exterior side panel B, sorry, I'm just looking for it here. 1 exterior side panel B, and that'll be the ones that have your pocket attached. We need 1 lining slip zip tab, 1 lining side panel with the elastic added if you added that, and then 1 completed lining back panel and 1 exterior back panel. So I just want to see what we have as the completed lining back panel. I just want to see if it's the one with the pocket, and it is. I'm just going to make sure, we're going to scroll back. We want to make sure that this is going to be the lining back panel. Yeah, lining panel and back panel and base. Yes, so it is the one that we did with the pocket. So you have your card pocket, pen pocket, so it's that piece. I always want to make sure I'm telling you the right one. And your completed exterior back panel, and that's an easy one to know because it has all the straps attached. So I've got those all. So I'm going to put everything off to the side, and we'll start with what we need, which is a zipper and these zipper tabs. So there is a note here, and it says, per the cutting chart, your zip tabs should not be interfaced. If using a domestic machine, definitely avoid interfacing these fabrics on the zip tabs. So if you're using a domestic machine, you want to avoid having fabrics that are interfaced. And my fabrics, they're super domestic machine friendly, and as you just saw, I can squish them up. There's no problem with this bonded lining. So now we need to trim all 3 zipper tabs into 2 pieces, and there's a measurement given in the pattern for how much you're trimming them, and I'm just making sure. So I've got the line marked for where I'm trimming them, so I'm going to trim it on that mark. And so I don't lose any, I will clip them together. So I'm going to clip the smaller ones together, just so I don't lose them, because they are tiny, but now I have 1 lining that's small and 2 exteriors that's small, 2 exteriors that are long, and 1 exterior that is long. So now we need to put a pull onto each of the zipper tapes if you haven't already. So there's 1, there's 2. Now you're going to place the longer zip tab piece, just making sure the measurement is accurate, the longer zip tab piece right sides together with the zip on the edge where the zipper pull will be when it's closed. So your zipper pull is going to close up towards the top. So right now my rounded edge of my zipper is going up towards the top. That's where it will be when it closes. You want your zippers to close up. You're going to clip this in place. Just making sure we're doing this right. So you're going to clip this in place, and then you're going to sew this using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And you want to pay special attention to that seam allowance. keeps shifting on me. I don't know why. I think I'm going to add an extra couple of clips here on the side. There we go. No, there we go. I did it. I forgot to change my stitch length back. Trim all your threads. And then put this to the side, grab the remaining zip and place the remaining exterior. So I was just reading, I didn't want to do anything like I did with the mesh pocket. Place the remaining exterior piece right sides together. With the lining, with the zipper. And make sure your zipper is going in the correct direction. Then we're going to sew this again using that seam allowance given in the pattern. Okay, I'm just trying to read through so I don't get any give any confusing information. So now we have these two zip tab pieces attached to our exterior of our zipper, so to the right side of your zipper. We have one lining tab left, but we have two zippers. You're only attaching this to one. So flip one of your zippers over and then put the lining so it is right sides against the wrong side of the zipper. And then we're going to stitch this in place. And I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to stitch directly on top of my previous stitches. Now we want to press the zip tabs away from each other. So away from the zipper, so they are wrong sides together. And then we're going to top stitch the zips. Now you're doing 2 rows of stitching, and this is correct. You want to make sure you do the 2 rows of stitching because the double stitching will strengthen the zips. So we're doing 2 rows of top stitching. So there's one. And there's the second. And I will repeat that for the other side, or for the other zipper. And then I'll trim after. So pressing this one away, and again, there's no lining on the back of this one. Don't panic. That's how it's supposed to be. It'll all make sense after. Now, with these zips right sides up, we're going to take the smaller zip tabs, and you need to pay attention to which one has your lining attached and which one doesn't, because you want to make sure that small lining piece is attached to the same zipper that has that lining piece attached to it. So with the one zipper without the lining, I'm going to place the smaller zipper tab right sides together with my zipper, and then I'm going to sew it using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And I had to look to see what the seam allowance was. trim your threads. Leave that for now. Then we're going to grab the remaining zipper, and again, your exterior is going to go right sides together with the right side of your zipper. Clip it in place. Sew it with the seam allowance given in the pattern. Threads all over the place. Now I'm going to grab that lining one, the remaining small short lining, and I'm going to clip it in place. Right sides of the lining zip tab against the wrong side of the zipper, and I'm going to stitch directly on top of my previous stitches. Now we're going to press these zip tabs away from this zipper, and we're going to top stitch them using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And again, pay attention because these do have the 2 top stitch as well. So it's double top stitched. I will trim my threads after. So trim all your threads. There we go. So that's how they both look. So one has a lining zip tab and one doesn't. So they're the same on the front, but different on the lining side. And I see some threads here that I need to snip. So I'm just going to clip them away. I just don't like when the threads poke out and play peekaboo with you when you're completing your bag. So those are how your zippers look for now. Now what we're going to do is take the one that we have the linings attached, and we're going to baste the exterior and linings together. So I'm going to pin it. And we'll sew these together, and we're just basting, so you can use a longer stitch length for this basting. And normally I would go down that side, but I think it's going to be okay. I would flip and go around, but we're good. Just going to trim all my threads, even the little frays from the quilting cotton. All right, so once you have this all trimmed, they look just like that. So they are all stitched together. Now we need to measure and make sure that they are the correct length. So I'm going to pause the camera, take my ruler, measure to make sure they are the correct length. If they're longer, you will want to trim them to the right length. And it says you should trim it from this longer one, not from the shorter one. So I'm going to go and measure and trim these if they need to be trimmed. All right, so I've trimmed those zippers, and again, you're trimming from the longer zip tab. So now we need to grab our back of our bag and we need the zip with the lining zip tab. So I'm just going to move that out of the way. And we're placing this zipper on the left side of the bag. So when you're looking at the bag, it's the left side of the bag. And your zipper needs to close so it is going to the top. So we're going to pin this in place along the left side. And just make sure everything is out of the way. The only thing we're going to be sewing here is the zipper and the zip tabs. You don't want these paracords in the way. I'm adding lots of clips just to make sure nothing shifts on me. All right, so now I'm going to baste this in place, and I may need to switch to my zipper foot, so I'll do that after. Now I'm approaching where my zipper pull is, so I'm just going to zip it out of the way. Trim your threads. I'm going to switch to my zipper foot because I have a feeling I will need that. Wrong foot. All right, there's the zipper foot. So if you have a zipper foot, you may want to switch to that now. That'll make it easier. I have no idea where that just went. Easier for you to sew later. I need to find that because there it is. Stuck in my glasses case. It'll make it easier for sewing later. So now what we need to do is place the lining back panel with the slip pockets right sides down on top of the zip. It will be right sides together with the exterior back panel with the zip sandwiched in between. So this panel with the pockets, place it right sides down, pin the top and the bottom, and then just pin it the rest of the way. Felt like it wasn't sewn there. I just want to see. Oh, that's my zipper pull. I'm like, what is there? But it's the zipper pull. So I need to remember that the zipper pull is there and zip that out of the way. Make sure everything stays lined up. Okay, so now we're going to sew this with the seam allowance given in the pattern. So you're sewing that same side that we just sewed that zipper to. Use the stitch length you like to use when you're stitching your bag together. I'm just going to adjust my presser foot tension. And I'm at my zipper pull now, so I'm going to lift this up and I'm going to zip it out of the way. Just kind of have to maneuver it. There we go. Just making sure nothing else is going under. All you want to be sewing is that zipper, the exterior, and the lining at this moment. There is no threads there. They must have gotten pushed in. So now we're going to press the fabrics away from each other. And as mentioned in the pattern, there is no top stitching done on this, so you want to really make sure you press these really well. So I'm going to go take this to my iron and I'm going to go press this. And remember that this lining panel is wider because we trimmed down our exterior, and that's okay, it'll work out in the end, so don't worry if that lining and exterior aren't matching up. But I'm going to go press my fabrics really well. I'll probably finger press them first, and then I'll press them because I can't press my exterior one because I did use this bonded nylon, so I can't press that one, but I will make sure to press this lining piece. So I'm going to go press them really well, and then we'll come back and I will continue on. So I've got that pressed as good as I can, and what I also did was added some double-sided tape to keep this edge pressed. That just helps hold it in place because I was just a little bit worried that it was going to keep shifting on me. The other thing I did was I've pinned my webbing and my paracords so that it's to the grab handle so that that keeps them out of the way, because for these next steps it's very important to keep them out of the way. So now what we need to do is grab one of our exterior side pocket pieces and we need to place it against the right side of the zipper. So you're lining it up right sides down with the side of the zipper that is not attached to anything. And you want to make sure that that bottle pocket is facing up. You don't want to put it upside down. So the bottle pocket will be at the bottom of the bag. Pin it in place. All the way down. There we go. Adding some more clips just so nothing shifts on me. So now I'm going to baste this in place. Again, the only thing that's under my presser foot here and my needle is the zipper and the side panel. Now we're going to flip this over, so we're looking at the lining side of our panel here. Oops, this didn't catch some of the zipper tape, so I just need to make some snips here. The zipper tape shifted, so now I have to snip these stitches and re-sew it. I should have sewn it with the zipper facing up. For some reason, I guess when I hit the bulk where the zipper tab is, it shifted on me. So I'm just going to re-stitch that because I want everything to be lined up nicely and neatly when we go to finish the bag. I'm just going to move that zipper pull out of the way. Oops. Just keep everything lined up, and I'm just restitching because it appears that when I went over this bulk here of the seam where the zipper tabs are, it looks like it just shifted off. All right, so now I'm going to trim those threads. Now we're looking at the lining side, so the lining panel, and we need to grab our lining side panel, the one with the elastic bottle holder, so this one, and we need to place it right sides down. So the lining so the elastic is against the wrong side of the zipper, and we're pinning this in place now all the way down, so from corner to corner. So unfortunately, because my camera stopped, you didn't see me sew up this side, and as luck would have it, I ran out of bobbin at the same time, so that's why I caught it, because I was able to catch that I had no bobbin. So now I'm going to sew this side panel to the exterior, and you're just sewing the side panel, the zipper, and the exterior. So that's your exterior with the water bottle pocket and your lining with the elastic. And you're using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So just make sure that nothing else is under your needle or your presser foot. So you want to make sure you have everything out of the way. So those paracords, your straps, everything's tucked out of the way. That's why I've pinned mine, so that it wouldn't shift and go under my presser foot. Now I want to move my zipper pull because I am approaching it. And what you have here is just a little zipper sandwich between your lining and your exterior. Now what we need to do is press these fabrics away from the zip. And again, we're not top stitching, so we're going to take extra care to get them pressed nice and flat. And I'm going to again use some double-sided tape to help hold it so that we don't have it shifting on me after. So I'm going to go to my iron, I'm going to press what I can, and then I'm going to use double-sided tape on the seams. So I open it up, I put double-sided tape here, and I press it, and then that'll keep it all pressed nicely so nothing shifts on me. So I've got those fabrics pressed away from the zip, and again, I use some double-sided tape to help hold it in place. I'm just trying to smooth out where the double-sided tape is sticking. There we go. So there we are. And this double-sided tape is washable, so if this bag gets washed, it will go away. But that's okay. It's just for now to help hold everything in place. It'll train it to stay like that. So I'm just going to stick this off to the side for now because we need to create our laptop pocket. So for this, we need to grab our exterior side panel B, our lining side panel B, our lining main panel front, that's this one, our lining laptop pocket P pieces and the foam, and the zip with exterior tabs, so this piece. And that's all our pieces. Everything else is all sewn except for the bottom and the other front pocket piece. So first what we're going to do is add our foam padding for the laptop pocket. And I'm just reading. So the foam is trimmed smaller to keep it out of the seams. So now we want to baste our foam centered onto our panels. And I just want to make sure that I've got these cut properly. Laptop padding. And it's going to be kept out of the sides here. For some reason I feel like I have the wrong piece because I had cut some extra foam. So we're going to baste the foam to each laptop lining piece. And the foam is smaller. Oh, I see what's going on. The foam is smaller and you're going to inset it on one side. So you have one side here that has foam and the other side that doesn't. So pin it in place because we do need to baste this. And the reason why it's smaller is because this is where that zipper is going to be attached and we don't want to have all that extra bulk there. So they've already trimmed this down so that it will be smaller, so you don't have to worry about that. So I did have the right foam piece there. Yeah, I did. I thought I kept the wrong one. It seemed like it was too big. So we're going to baste this to the foam. And this side here, you do need to stitch it to the foam. So where the foam doesn't go all the way to the edge, you do still need to stitch there. And you want to make sure it's really neat, your stitching, so that when it's seen in the bag, it's all nice and straight because it is seen in the bag. It's not the end of the world if it's perfectly straight. No one's going to pull out a ruler and start measuring your seam allowances, or your seam, I mean, and your stitching. So I'll stitch one, then I'll go off and I will stitch the other one. So we'll leave that for now because you don't need to sit and watch me do all this. So I do need to change to my other presser foot. I could stitch it with this foot, but I'm just more comfortable with this one when sewing seams and seam allowances. All right. So we're going to sew this to the foam, and I'm going to sew with the foam right sides up for this side. There's one side. We'll sew the other side. We're sewing the short edges at this moment. Sew this one long edge. This is the edge that the foam goes right to. And now, paying special attention to what that seam allowance was, with sewing the edge where the foam doesn't go all the way to the edge. So you can see I sewed it there. It doesn't go all the way to the edge. I'm just trimming my threads. And there you have it. It's sewn to our foam, the one side. So now I'm going to go repeat that for the second laptop pocket and the foam. So you can go ahead and go sew that to your foam as well. And then when we come back, we will create this laptop pocket. So now that the laptop sleeves have the foam attached, we're going to put these to the side and we're going to grab back that back panel that we've already attached a zipper and a lining and everything to. And I'm just going to tuck this down for now. So now what we need to do is we need to place the exterior back panel right sides up, and we're going to place that remaining zip, where did it go? So that it is right sides together with this panel. And you want the zipper to be going up when it's closed. So in the same direction we put the first zipper, you want it to be going up towards the top when it's closed. Now move your lining piece out of the way. You don't want the lining there. I'm just going to make sure. Yes, you don't want the lining there, so you're going to pull it back over. We'll clip it so it's not in the way. So I'm just going to clip it. I don't want my lining there. And then we're going to clip this zipper to the edge that doesn't have anything attached to it just yet. So clip the bottom, then the top, and then pin the rest of the way. And the reason why I pin the bottom and the top is so that I get it evenly spaced on the panel, so you don't have it too short going up to the top. And again, make sure that those paracords are not in this seam. Clip them like I did to your grab handle. And now we're going to stitch this in place using the seam allowance given in the pattern. But before I do that, I want to switch back to my zipper foot. So we're going to baste this zipper in place. And I just want to see where we are. Yes, so we're going to baste this in place. Trim your threads. And now you have that zipper attached. Now we need to place a lining laptop pocket, that's a tongue twister, laptop pocket piece right sides down. So one of these laptop pocket pieces that we stitched, and I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, so just had to make sure I was understanding it right. What you need to do is take your laptop pocket piece, and it has to line up with this zipper opening here. So you're not lining it up with the bottom edge, you're lining it up with your zipper. So your zipper will be exactly where you're pinning your laptop pocket. So the top of the zipper and the bottom of the zipper. So pin it in place, because when you open this zipper pocket, that's where you want the laptop pocket to be. So when you open this zipper, you're opening it up to the pocket where the laptop can slide into. So if you don't line this up, your pocket will be off and your laptop may not fit properly. So I've just pinned it. It lines up with my pocket, with my zipper. Use as many clips as you want so nothing shifts on you. And now we're going to sew down this entire piece using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So you're using a full seam allowance now. Take your time, no rushing. To move my zipper pull out of my way. And you'll notice I'm kind of pulling the foam back just so I don't hit it. So I'm holding this foam on this edge back so I don't sew through it or hit it. That just helps make sure I keep an accurate seam allowance as well. I just had a panic moment. I saw this extra row of stitching and I totally forgot that we stitched that, and that's why it's seen. So now we need to press these fabrics away from the zip. And I could take this to my iron, but I'm just going to finger press it. I will use some double-sided tape here on this lining piece just to help hold it. Really important that you get this pressed because, as mentioned in the pattern, we don't top stitch this. So I find the double-sided tape really does the trick and really helps hold everything in place for me. Yeah. There we go. And I will add some double-sided tape to this piece up here. I don't know why I didn't go all the way up. So now it's all nicely pressed. All right, so next we need to place the exterior side panel right sides together with this remaining side of the zipper. And I see a thread here that I'm just going to snip. So we're going to place the exterior side panel, same thing we did before. So this side of my zipper tape that doesn't have anything attached to it, we're going to place this exterior panel there. Pin the top and bottom. And when I sew this, I'm going to sew so I'm sewing on top of my zipper tape so I can see it so that nothing shifts on me. So the side panel will be against the bed of my machine. All right, so now we're going to baste this. I might have to bring out my extension table. This is starting to get heavy. There's a lot of weight here. Trim the threads. Whew. Now, and again, make sure my straps and zip cords are out of the way, which they are. Perfect. Now we're going to flip the panel over, which I already had it flipped, so you're looking at the laptop piece. We're going to place the remaining laptop pocket piece right sides against the wrong side of the zipper. It's the same thing as we did before. And I'm just making sure that my laptop lines up at the bottom and sides here. So I'm making sure not only when I'm pinning that these bottoms and tops line up, as well as the side where the zipper is. And that's the nice thing about all the bulk being out of this seam, is that it makes it really easy to sew, and you're not going to have issues. All right, so now we're going to sew this. Just want to make sure. we're going to baste this. We're not sewing this, we're just basting this. So I'm going to go right on top of my previous stitches. So I just sewed on top of my previous stitches, which is perfect. Trim any threads. Now, what we're going to do is you're going to clip the sides and bottom edges of the laptop pocket, right sides together. And we're going to sew this. Now you'll sew as close as you can to the zipper pocket, or to the zipper. There may be a small little gap. You can close that with some hand stitching to secure it, or use a rivet. The choice is yours. But if you choose not to, it says, if you choose not to do anything and it'll leave a tiny gap, don't worry, your laptop is unlikely to fall through that little gap. Oh. So I wouldn't worry. I'm just going to get as close as I can to the zipper. I keep hitting that light. Hopefully it's not in the view. No. So much weight. Feel it, we're getting closer to the end. All right, so I'm going to sew the long edge here. Went, but found it. So I'm sewing one edge, one short edge. So this is the bottom of the pocket. And I'm just going to keep sewing until I get as close as I can to that zipper. One. Just make sure nothing else is under your bag as you're sewing it. And you know what? I might be able to get even closer. No, I can't get any closer. Alrighty, that's okay. So now we have our laptop pocket so far. Okay, now we're going to pull the lining back over so it's right sides together with the same edge of the zipper that we just basted together. So you got to tuck that between. I'm just going to pause the camera and make sure I do this right because I don't want to do this wrong and give you all the incorrect information. So I'm just going to pause the camera. I'm going to read it again, even though I read this during prep, but I just want to make sure I am right on what I am doing. Okay, so I got it all figured out. I didn't want to say anything wrong and confuse everybody as I did before. So what you're going to do is you had your laptop pocket facing out, and I'm just going to trim a few of these threads. You're going to flip it so that it's against your exterior. Then you're going to flip this lining over, so now you see the right side of the lining and the right side of the exterior. You can move your side out of the way, bring it behind, and you're going to clip the exterior and the lining together with that laptop pocket. See how my laptop pocket is here in between? And I'm clipping the exterior and the lining wrong sides together. So the wrong sides are touching, but it is right sides out. And it may seem like this is wrong and it's going to be wonky, but just trust the process. It'll work. And there's my zipper, so I got to know when we get to that step. Now, if you're worried about that foam for the laptop pocket, you know, the foam right here along this edge, if you're worried about that getting in your way and causing a bit of bulk, you can trim it back up to those stitches that we stitched in from the pocket, you know, those stitches that are seen. You can trim that away if you want, and it'll help protect against the foam getting caught underneath your stitches. Just a tip thought I'd share with you. Now that this is all pinned, we're going to, I need to go back to where we were, all the way up. We're going to baste that edge, So this is how it looks. See, when I'm looking at this side, I see all my exterior. When I flip this over, I see my lining, but I see the lining side of the one pocket with the one side with the elastic, but I'm seeing the wrong side of the one side panel. So lining side panel, right side with the elastic, lining back panel, and I'm seeing the wrong side of the exterior side panel. When I flip it over, it's all the right sides. And here's what you have in between, a little laptop pocket sandwich, we'll call it. So I'm just going to flip my lining out of the way. I want the lining to be on the exterior, side panel against my exterior side panel, so I don't sew it. You're only sewing it here along the side edge. So we're going to stitch this, or baste this in place. Now just take your time. There is a lot here, a lot of layers, a lot of bulk, but you can do it. Just keep sewing all the way up. When you get near where your zipper pull is, which is right there where mine is right now, lift your presser foot up and slide that zipper pull out of your way. You don't want to hit it, especially if you have a dangly zipper, but you also don't want to have that hump that it'll cause if you stitch by it. I know this is just basting stitches, but you know, still nice to have them looking a little nice. We do cover them up in the next step. So there's that. Now what we need to do is take our final side panel piece, and you're going to place it so it is right side against the right side of your lining. So pretty sides are touching. And you're going to do the same thing. Line up those bottom corners. And again, it's going to seem a little bit weird, but it does work out in the end. We end up concealing right now all this raw edge. So I'm just pinning it all the way down. And then when I go to sew this, I'm going to flip it over and sew where I can see the previous stitches that I made. So now I'm going to flip it, and I'm looking at the wrong side of my exterior, but the right side of my exterior here. So the wrong side of my exterior side panel, but I see the right side of this. And I'm going to grab out my extension table because I feel like this is starting to be needed. Okay, because this is starting to get a little bit heavy. And we're going to sew this with the seam allowance given in the pattern, so take your time. And remember, when you get near where that zipper pull is, zip it out of the way. And that's right there for me. There we go. Just sort of had to maneuver things around. Just making sure everything is flat underneath. Like I said, there is a lot of layers here that you're trying to hold together. Whew. And that's also why it's important to make sure you use materials that you know your machine can handle. So now we're going to press these fabrics away from each other. So you're going to press them right sides together, or wrong sides together. We're pressing them away from the zip. Now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to use some double-sided tape to help hold it in place. Oops. Getting a bit of puckering here, so I'm just going to fix that. There we go. I'm going to do that with my lining side now. I'm going to need more double-sided tape when I'm done this bag. That holds everything in place for me. And look at, we can already see our bag taking shape. in terms of how the back and side panels are looking. Okay. Now, we need to place the bag so the lining is right sides up. And again, remember, we're not top stitching this. So that's why you really want to make sure it's pressed really nice for you. Now we need to grab our lining panel, the remaining lining panel, and we're going to place it so it is right sides together with one of the lining side panels. So just your lining side panel with your lining piece. Clip the bottom corner, clip the top corner, clip all the way down the side. And now we're going to sew this together, and you're not sewing any of the exterior, it's just your lining. So you can go ahead and pin your exterior side panel out of the way. It's just the lining that we're sewing right now. And the linings are right sides together. I should have used my extension table. I can feel my bag pulling. But that's okay. Okay, one side done. Now we're going to repeat that, oops, for the other side of the lining. So again, lay your bag out flat and bring this edge that's not attached to anything, so this edge of the lining front panel, together with the side of the lining side panel. So it's just your linings together. Again, your exterior is not being clipped here together. The exterior is staying out of this seam. And if it helps, take your exterior and pin them. Oops, there goes my light. Keep hitting it. Pin it out of the way. There we go. And then you won't have him trying to get in to this seam. Oh. I think I'm too close to the light. This is the most I've ever hit that light during filming of a tutorial. But we are getting close to being, that's broken, getting close to being done. And I think this might be the biggest bag I've filmed a tutorial for. All right, sewing this edge now. And I'm still using my zipper foot. I'm just leaving it on for now, just in case I need to get close to something for sewing. All right. So this is what it looks like right now. I'm going to unclip this. This is what it looks like. You see my lining there. I've got the lining and my exterior. Now we need to flip the bag over, which mine already is. So we see the exterior back. We're going to take our exterior I thought I just dropped something. Our exterior front, and I'm going to put my straps down into the pocket here and hold it in place with the zipper, just so I don't get them stuck in the seams. There we go. Okay, so now we need to place the exterior front panel right sides together with the exterior side panels. And it says make sure your panels are all the same way up. And it says, and I was just reading, if you want to add a second stitch line within the seam allowance to add strength to the seam, don't sew the top and bottom 1 inch, as we want to press the seams open at the top and bottom later. So what we're going to do is the same thing we did with the lining, except for now we're working on our exterior. So this is exterior right sides up. The exterior front is going to be right sides together with one side panel. Again, my lining is not there, which I don't have to worry about it because right now the lining is holding itself out of the way because it's sewn together. Make sure your pocket is pushed in. And I think I will do the second row of stitching. I'm also going to use my extension table because this is getting a little bit heavy for me. So starting at the bottom, we're going to sew all the way up the bag using the seam allowance given in the pattern. So much easier with the extension table. And I'm going to sew that second row of stitching. And I'm using my zipper foot as a guide. Because it's also a skinny foot too. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Now we need to repeat that for the second side. So grab your exterior front and bring it over to the side panel. Clip the exteriors, pretty sides touching. Well, I'm just letting that go on the floor for now. And just pinning all the way up that side panel and that exterior front panel. If this part is boring to you, you can go ahead and fast forward the video. Oops, did it again. Okay. So now we need to sew this panel to the side panel. And I'm starting from the bottom going up because that's what I did on the other panel. But it doesn't really matter which way you go, as long as your seam allowance is accurate. And the second row of stitches. Okie dokie. Trimming my threads now because I didn't do that earlier, but I need to now. That one's stuck and I don't see any more. So now this is what we have. We have two separate pieces. The exterior and lining are both wrong sides out, but they're attached to each other from the back panel. So we want to turn the bag so the lining is right sides out and the exterior is inside this. So you do this by grabbing the top of the lining and pull it through to the bottom lining. It will pull the exterior with it. Okay. Oh my goodness. Wow. Are you sure? This is where I'm questioning if Joe is sure this does this. What the? Why won't this go? Okay. Maybe it's because my straps are tucked. Maybe I'll untuck them. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. It doesn't want to go. I just don't think my hands are strong enough. I think I'm getting it. Or not. What if I pull the straps out? Where are my straps? Let's see. Taking all these clips off. I think I just pulled that out the wrong way, didn't I? Oh my gosh. I think I just confused myself. Okay, push it all back. Okay, so we want to grab okay, let me see. Where's the lining? Okay. There we go. I think I was grabbing it the wrong way. Okay, that was just error on my behalf. Nothing to do with questioning this. I was just grabbing the wrong thing, I think, because all of a sudden it just went much easier. Whew. Okay, so now, we're going to press the seams open and clip together. So we're pressing the seams open. clipping them together. So I'm just pressing them open using my clip to help hold them open. And then, so you press one seam open on the exterior and one seam on the lining and clip it together. So press the seam open so it's flat. So that's where your front or back meet the side panels. And then you're just pressing it open, that seam, so that it lays flat. And this just helps reduce the bulk. Now, a tip is you could stitch that open if you want to help hold it in place. And I'm just clipping my paracord back to my grab handle again. And I'm going to clip the rest of the bag together at the top, because now we need to do some stitching for the lining and exterior at the top of the bag. All right, so now we're going to baste the exterior and lining together at the top here. And if you don't have a free arm, don't panic. You can just do what I'm doing. And oh, my thread's gonna come out of my needle. You can just do what I'm doing, which is sewing from the exterior side. I place it like this so that the lining is on the bed of my machine and the exterior is against my presser foot. And I'm going to switch to my foot. My Teflon foot. So back to my regular foot, because I always leave my Teflon foot on my machine. So lining is against the bed of my machine and my exterior is where my presser foot is. So my presser foot is on top of my exterior. Make sure you move those straps out of the way with the hardware so you don't stitch over it. Once you get back to where you started, backstitch, trim all your threads, and then your lining and exterior at the top are together. Now, it's mentioned that if you didn't do this earlier, you can fit rivets here just below the stitching on the top strap closures, and you want your rivets to go through your lining and your exterior. Now, I did say I was going to wait to attach them, so I'm going to go and do that now, and then we will come back and continue on its final assembly. So all we have to do is at our bottom, do our binding on our bottom, and then add our top binding, and our bag is done. That is so exciting. I love when I get to this part of the bag. So I've attached my rivets. I'll show you how it looks. So you can see them on the lining side here, and then you can see on the exterior. There's my rivets. Now we need to baste the base of our bag, so the bottom of our bag. And I know in the pattern it has it so that you baste the top and the bottom and then you add your rivets, but I decided to add my rivets before I baste this. So I'm just clipping the base the same way, or the bottom of the bag, not the base. The bottom of the bag, the same way we clipped the top of the bag. And I can see some marks here that can be transferred. I'll wait. I have center marks already on the bottom of my bag. I was going to transfer them to my lining, but I'll wait. So we're going to do the same thing with this as we did with the top of the bag. Sew it all the way around. Don't be afraid to smush your bag up. See some threads here. There we go. And I'm back to where I started, so I've backstitched. Find those threads and trim them. All right, now we need to mark our center marks now that we have these all basted together. So my center marks are already marked on my base panel. So we need to do that on our exterior, our main body of our bag. And to do that, what I do is line up your side panel seams. So just the side panels here, I'm going to line up those seams, not where the zipper is, just the side panels. And I'll add a clip, and then I'll do the same thing on the other side. Because remember, we added those zippers, so your front panels will be different. One is the regular size that we had, and the other one we trimmed down. So now what we need to do is mark the sides. And I'm using a fabric safe pen, but I'm also only marking within my seam allowance. So I don't know if you can see that. And then my center should still be my center marks. But to do that, what you'll do is you'll take these two marks you just made, pin them together so that they line up, and then you can fold and find the seam of your center, which is exactly where I had my center marks to begin with, so we're good. So now I've got to transfer it. Find the marks and transfer them. This one's hard to see. Ow. So it is right there. Oh, well, I guess that was kind of silly of me because the center mark is where my stitching is for this pocket. right, so I have those center marks. So now what we're going to do is baste our bottom piece to our bag. So what I'm going to do is, so you have your front and back, you're going to, the long edge of your base is going to go on the long edge of the front. So line up those marks. And when I sew this, I'm going to be sewing it with the base against the bed of my machine. I'm going to pin that there, and I'm going to pin the other side. Now, if you're a little bit worried about the bulk over here, there's some bulk here where the zippers are. So right here I can see it. You can take a seam pounder and just hammer that, and what that does is it helps flatten the materials so that you can sew over that area a little bit easier. That's if you're concerned. So now what I've done is I've pinned the one corner, or the one short edge, and I'm pinning the other side. So the rounded edge is going to be pinned with the center mark on our lining, or on our side panel. For me, the mark is on my lining side panel. And I'm just clipping the rest of the way now. Going all the way along. Easing the fabrics in. I use a lot of clips just so that nothing shifts on me while I'm sewing. And we have one last edge here to pin. I'm on my final edge. Now, we need to make clips in the curves, and you will need to snip into the side panels for a proper fit. And what these snips do is it helps open up the fabric so they go around that curve nicely. And I try to do it between my clips, but this bag is so big. And I'm doing this just between my clips within the seam allowance so that the snips don't show later. So you want to be mindful of what your seam allowance is, so make sure you read what the seam allowance is before you start making these snips, so you don't go any further into the fabric. And they're just little snips. There we go. I think that should be good. If I need more, I can make more as we go. So now we're going to sew this using the seam allowance given in the pattern. And I like to sew until my presser foot touches the clips. And I think my thread guide was getting stuck on my mesh. There we go. Oops, I don't want to lose any clips. So take your time on this. If you find it's helpful, you can switch to your zipper foot because there is the foam in there from the laptop's pocket, and then the foam on the back of your bag as well. You also want to try and keep your fabrics as flat as possible so you don't end up with puckering later. Oh, I thought there was a clip inside the bag, but it's just my presser foot. Or not my presser foot, my purse foot. There we go. All right, so my base is attached. That was a bit of a workout. Now we need to attach our binding, and so the top trim, it says, is wider and shorter in length than the base binding, but you'll repeat all these steps with the base binding and the top trim. So you're going to fold your trim so that the long edges meet. So you get a piece that looks like this. You'll press it, then you'll open it back up, and you'll fold your long edges in to meet that center crease, just like this. Press it, then you're going to fold it again, and you're going to press it again. Now, I'm using a different binding, a pre-made binding for the base of my bag. Excuse me. And you can too, if you want. This is just something that I'm used to using, and I didn't have enough of this material to be able to do the binding on the inside, so I'm using this pre-made binding. So I'm going to use that for the base of my bag. But for the top of the bag, I need to make sure that this binding is the right length. So what is this called? Top trim. So I'm just going to measure it, because sometimes I cut my binding a bit longer. Perfect. So this is right. Now what we're going to do, now that we have that unfolded, all folded, we're going to unfold the binding and bring one short edge around to meet the first at a 90-degree angle. So you'll want to make sure that it's not twisted when you're doing this. So unfold this, bring this one around, making sure it's not twisted. So see how it's flat here? I know it's hard to see, but mine's flat. I'm bringing it around. And then you want to take them, so this is flat, so I have this pointing like this. I'm going to bring this piece up, and I'm going to match them like this. So they're going to be at a 90-degree angle, just like that. So I'm going to pin it in place. So two raw edges are lining up. The short raw edge of the one I just put on top is up here with the long edge of the one that's underneath. And the short raw edge of the one that's underneath is against the long raw edge of the one on top. Now what I need to do is I need to draw a line. So I'm going to pause the camera. I'm going to draw a line from corner to corner. So from this corner here to this corner. So see here, we're going to sew it from this corner to this corner, but I want to draw a line so that I know exactly where to stitch on. So I'm going to pause the camera, I'm going to draw that line, and when I come back I can show you what I mean as well. Alright, so I've got that mark made, or the line drawn, and I just wanted to show you what I meant by the line, and I hope you can see that. Yeah, you can. So you can see it. It goes from this top corner down to this bottom corner here. So I'm going to sew directly on that line. Now, if you're not familiar with how to do this binding and you're a bit nervous and you have a different method for how you do binding, you definitely can use that method that you are more comfortable with. There's no right or wrong way of doing this. Whatever gets the bag finished and completed the same way it looks in the pattern is all good. So now we're going to trim this top corner, so this one that's loose here, off. And before I do that, I always like to check to make sure that everything is going to be lined up when it's folded so that it's not twisted. So I always check. Mine's not twisted. It's sewn right. It forms that ring. You're always best to check. Now I'm going to trim this. And I'm just going to press this seam open. And you could take this to your iron and press it, but I'm just finger pressing it. And there we have it. we have our binding for the top of our bag. So I'm going to show you how to do the top trim. What you do is, first of all, I'm going to trim any little threads that are sticking off. So you're going to take your top trim, and there's a line that you need to make on your panel down from the top edge all the way around. So once you get that line made, you will then clip the exterior top trim over the raw edge with the join on one of the side panels. So your joined seam here, the seam where we joined it, is going to be on one of the side panels. So my seam here will be on my side panels. And if the lines are not covered, make sure the top trim is pushed all the way down. So I have to draw those lines, and I don't do that on camera. So I'm going to pause the camera again and go draw those lines, and then I will come back and we will continue on. All right, so I've made that mark, and I made it with a chalk, so it's a little bit hard to see, so you probably can't even see it either because it's a little bit hard to see, but I didn't want to use my usual Frixion pen here just in case. So I need to find where that, how can I not find that seam? There it is. Okay. This isn't really pressed very well. There we go. So this seam where the join is going to go on one of your lining side or one of your side panels. I keep calling it the lining side because I'm looking at the lining and I just lost it again. There it is. On one of the lining panels or side panels, did it again. So we're going to take it so that your top edge of your bag meets this center crease here. I did it again. I'm going to put a clip there so I know exactly where it is because I keep losing it. Okay. So usually I do this standing up and looking over the bag, which I think I might do, but then you're not going to see what I'm doing. Now, often what I do is I use some double-sided tape to help hold everything in place, but I don't think I'm going to need it for this one. And all I'm doing is just putting the top of the bag into my binding and making sure that it's pushed all the way down. So like I said, the top of the bag hits that center crease. So you want the top of the bag to be right against that center crease. And as I mentioned, if your binding at the top here does not cover that mark that you made, then you need to push it further down onto the top of the bag. And mine is covering it perfectly. Now, you're going to have that hardware up at the top here on the front of the bag, or back of the bag. So just make sure you push it down out of the way as you're clipping this. I won't lie, I like the size of this binding. Seems so much easier. And it fits perfectly. So if your seam allowances are all accurate, your binding will fit perfectly. Probably should have taken this back to my iron and pressed that area right there a bit more, but so I'm just going to stand up and get a bird's eye view of how it's looking and make sure it's pulled properly in all the right places and pushed down. I'll add a couple more clips just to help hold it in place. Now again, you can use double-sided tape if you want to help hold this in place while you sew. And I can see here, I need to push that back up. There we go. And kind of unfold it a bit here on this one edge. I'm taking my time because this is the top of the bag and I do want it to look really, really nice. So now I just want to read if you're using a magnetic snap, it says to fit it now. Now, my concern, and I just want to see, is if I add my magnetic snap, what presser foot do I need to sew the top trim of my bag to be able to get around it? And I think I don't have the right size magnetic snaps. Mine are too big. I'm using the wrong size of snaps, so that's the other problem. So I'm going to skip adding a magnetic snap, but what you can do is you put your magnetic snap through the trim only. So you're going to put it on one side and on the other, and then finish it off with your washer. You install it as per your manufacturer's instructions. So you put one side of the washer on this side, on the front, and the other side on the back. Mine is just a bit too big. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, mine's just a bit too big, where even my zipper foot, I won't be able to top stitch this with even my zipper foot on. That's okay. It's optional, you don't have to add it. So now we're going to sew both long edges of the trim using the seam allowance given in the pattern. I'm just trying to get this under. Use your stitch length that you like using for all your stitching. So we're top stitching both long edges right now of the trim. So the top at the top of the bag and the bottom open edge of the trim. Which when you do binding, you normally don't sew two edges. I guess you could, but you normally don't. And just make sure that nothing is in your way as you're sewing. So what happened there was my paracord tried to come up and get in the stitching. Now I'm going to sew the bottom edge, and I'm going to stitch right where I stitched previously. Start stitching the same spot. that paracord again. Just move anything out of the way that's kind of popping up, trying to get under where your needle is. So for example, the hardware here, the straps. As you can see, I'm not afraid to wrangle my bag, squish it around, because I know I'll flatten it when we're done. Just want to see how it looks. And I will take this to my iron after, and I will give the top of my bag a little press. So now I'm just going to trim these top threads. There we go. And you can see, oh, hit it again. You can see the binding is all attached. And again, I will take this to my iron after, and I will give it a really good press at the top here to get this nice and flat. But it looks great. I love it. So now we need to attach our bottom binding. And as I mentioned, I'm going to do this a little bit differently, but you can use the same method that was just used to attach the binding to the top of the bag. I'm using a pre-made binding. I just wanted to trim that because I could see that it wasn't the same. It seemed like it was sticking over a bit. So I just want them to all be the same size. So for the pre-made binding, here's what I do. And again, you may have your own method, but I start with clipping it all the way around. So I'm going to use some double-sided tape. You've probably noticed double-sided tape is like my best friend when it comes to bag making. It's an extra set of hands that we don't have, is what double-sided tape is. And sometimes clips just don't hold as good as double-sided tape too. And you don't always want to use clips. Sometimes you're using a material that you can't use pins, but pins are where it would be helpful, but you can't use them. So double-sided tape to the rescue. All right, so I've put it on my bottom panel. And you may be wondering why I did it on the bottom panel, because I'm going to flip it over, and again, when I stitch, I'm going to stitch with the bottom panel on the bed of my machine. So go to the center. Again, that seam, just like we did on the top, is lining up with the center seam on my binding. And I just sort of maneuver things around so that it's nice and neat. Now keep in mind, this is at the bottom of your bag. If your binding is not 100% perfect, don't panic. Once you get the bag all turned out, you really don't see the imperfections as much. Having your bag finished is what's important, as long as it's, I mean, looks good. I'm a perfectionist, so it is hard myself when I see things, but when it comes to binding, I've discovered that even when it's not 100% perfect, it's okay because you don't see it. And I always shock myself at how good it does end up looking in the end. Obviously at this point it doesn't look good because it's not stitched down. So I'm just trying to smooth out the corners or the curves here. And now I've come back to where I've started, and I'm going to snip my binding. So I don't need it to be that long. And here's what I do now, because I want to hide those raw edges. I open up where I started, and I do have a tutorial on my YouTube channel that I will share here for binding, but I open it up and I fold it back so that conceals that raw edge. I'm going to take this piece, this side, and I'm going to trim that down as well, just a little bit. Okay. I don't want it too long, so I've trimmed them all down. Again, press that. Then I'm going to fold this over. So you see how the other binding is still folded. This one's opened all the way. I have it pushed down, and I'm going to fold the one edge under and tuck it, and then the other edge under and tuck that. Now I'm going to put a clip there. So you see how you don't see any raw edges? So it's just tucked inside the top binding here. And again, I do have a tutorial on my YouTube channel. I'll link that below for you. And I want to make sure that this covers the stitching that I did previously. There we go. Now I need to add some double-sided tape up here. Yes, more double-sided tape. I don't find my needle gets gummed up from the double-sided tape. If you do, what you can use is some oil or this machine lubricant, thread lubricant on your needle. You can use some thread lubricant on your needle, and that'll prevent your needle from getting gummed up. But I have never had an issue with the double-sided tape gumming up my needle. At least not that I've noticed, so it can't be that bad. And I use a lot of double-sided tape, as you can see. And I sew through it too. It's not just kept out of the seam allowance. I do try to keep it out of the seam allowance, but I do sew through it. So now I'm just wrapping the binding back up over to the other side so that it covers the whole raw edge here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew this all in one go. Same way we did at the top of the bag where I sewed it all in one go. So it's stuck down, it's covering all my stitches, my previous stitches from when I basted the bottom of the bag together. I'm going to add some clips. While the clips are not super necessary, they do help just in case anything shifts by getting caught on the machine. We're almost done, believe it or not. Next is to turn the bag out and attach our straps. seems a little loose. There we go. Seemed a bit loose there. Now we are ready to stitch this in place. And again, I'm going to grab my bed, the extension table here, and we're going to sew this all the way around. And I'm going to start where that seam is so that I get it held into place. Take your time going around the curves. And I just use a tool that you can use to help keep the material under the presser foot. So I use the sharp end of my scissors, but I should have my tool. Where is it? I'm totally drawing a blank at what it's called. I sometimes use my awl, but I have my tool here that's pointed. Can't believe I'm drawing a blank on what this is called. And you know what I'll remember when I'm done? Back to the beginning. And again, I'm shocked that the binding looks as good as it does. That's always the shocking part, and I can see some double-sided tape here, but that's okay. It's always the shocking part when the binding looks good. Always shocks me. Now I do see one area where it looks like I've got some skipped stitches, and I'm just going to stitch back over that one area. I'm going to go right on top of my previous stitches. Now the nice thing is that my thread matches, so you can't really see my stitches. perfect. So you can't see the stitching really because the threads are the same color, which is great. Perfect. We are good. So now we need to turn the bag right sides out. And this should be easier than when I was originally doing it, when we were trying to turn the lining right sides out. I don't know why that got me and confused me. So you're going to push out all the edges. Look at how nice the bottom of the bag looks. And I haven't even finished really rolling it out. And the nice thing about the binding is it sort of acts like a structure, a bone structure, so like your skeleton. So that'll help hold the bottom of the bag as well. And I like the stitching I did at the bottom of the bag. What a nice bag. Now you can always go, and if your magnetic snap was like mine, you can add a snap that goes through all the layers and it would show on both sides if you want. One with like that you use with rivets so that you don't see any of the wrong sides of your magnetic snap. All right, now we need to I just got to find where we are. Now we need to feed the lower strap closures up through the middle bar of the ladder lock and down under the bottom bar. So we're going up and then down. And we'll do that on this side. So there's the middle bar right here. So I'm going up and over the middle bar that's there. And that's turned backwards. So make sure it's not twisted before we fold everything and add rivets. And you know your webbing is right because when you pull on it, see how I'm pulling on it and nothing's happening? That's how you know it's right. And I just want to seal the end of my webbing. Okay. So now we're going to fold the webbing under itself twice so the raw edges are hidden, just like that. Now you can add a rivet, which is what I'm going to do. So I've just folded it. So you take the webbing, fold it down, and you want to fold it so it goes so that the wrong side goes towards the wrong side of your ladder lock. So fold it down, then fold it again, and it'll look like that. And I am going to add a rivet. However, you can sew a box here and then an X through it. Now, if you're using the paracord ends, you'll want to attach those now using the manufacturer's instructions. I don't have any, I'm just leaving these loose. But I will go and add my rivets to the end of my straps, and then it will come back and we will be all done, and I'll show you how the bag looks. All right, so I've attached my rivets to my strap ends, so it looks like this. And what that does is that also creates a stop so you can't slide this off the ladder lock. So now what we need to do is fold our bag over. And every time I fold it and I see my canvas inside, I always think that I didn't finish my bag properly. So we're going to bring these straps up over the center bar. So between the bar that your strap is connected to, your top closure straps, and the middle bar, then you'll bring it down over the middle bar. So it goes between the middle bar and the bottom bar. And I may go and order some of those magnetic snaps that I can have showing on the bag and add it to the bag, because I do see what they're saying in the pattern about how it, I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's still nice. I still like it. So you have that. That's how it looks. Try to move my camera a bit. So that's how it looks. We have our straps, and then these paracords, you can fish them through the zipper, one of them through the zipper pull, and then tie it off. And this just adds some extra protection when you're out and about, so that nobody can get into your bag. Tie a knot and then tie a little bow. And there you have it. You'll feel somebody playing with that in order to get into that, but then they can't zip your bag down because those zippers are held. And this here is all secure because they're held together, and you can add that lock to this if you want. If you have a luggage lock that's long enough to go between this and you've used pulls like that, you could add that too to make it super secure when you're out places. And again, your cup, of course the bag's not cooperating with me and I'm trying not to spill any coffee, will fit perfectly in there. And then you have these nice padded straps, which are great for the weight, anything heavy. These won't dig into you, so they're nice and comfortable. And you have a luggage sleeve, so you can put this onto the luggage of that you're taking with you when you're traveling. So it just fits on your luggage, and you can make this your carry-on. You can fit some clothes in here, toiletries, whatever you want to have as your carry-on. So there it is. This is your passenger backpack, all complete. We've done a lot. It's taken a little bit of time, but boy, was it worth it, because I really think this backpack is awesome, and I will make it again. I think I might make one for my son, because this would be a great bag for him to use for college. Again, this is the passenger backpack by Country Cow Designs. I hope you enjoyed sewing along with me and maybe picked up a few tips and tricks along the way. I am sorry about the camera shutting off and that I had to do a bit of voiceover there for part of the tutorial, but I do hope you really enjoyed the tutorial and enjoyed sewing along with me, and that you love your passenger backpack. The only thing that's left to do is take lots of pictures and post it on social media so we can all see your beautiful bags. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for sewing along with me. Bye.